Welcome to the Guild. We have been expecting you. Please, follow me.
Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the Night Shift Let's Talk game. And this is the special Saturday edition because, of course, last night we could not go live, but we are here today. I am CMoney, and I am joined by the always lovely Doodle. Except she's not here quite yet. She will be. That was a fake out. We had to get the blood pumping already, right? You know what I'm saying? We got to make sure everybody is on point today. She will be very shortly down for sure. But we do have our boy who did make the journey to Saturday for us. That's right. You know him well. He is the wise one, the author, the patriot, the pony slayer, and the pony bottom maker. It's our boy, Hargeet Shani. Shout out to Hargeet. God damn, thank you for being here, brother. I got a little pop. How's your week, man? How you doing?
I've been good. It's a little busy, but I finished up that God of War Ragnarok. That's pretty good.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you made your way through it? How long did it take you to finish?
I didn't actually look at it. Probably like 30 hours or something like that. 25 hours, something like that.
30 hours? God.
Something in that range. It took a while.
Bro, you're a brave man. It's the kid, bro. It's the kid. He kept stopping me. Every time I go back to like, all right, let me play, then I'm stuck playing as him for a little bit. I'm like, fuck this kid, man. Just can't stand him, yo. Can't stand it. But what'd you think of it overall?
Yeah, it was good. It's it was decent enough. I'm not gonna say it was bad or anything, but it wasn't the greatest game either. But like, it was fun enough. Whatever. So
that's what's up. That's what's up. Listen, guys, we have
it was
pretty cool
42
show.
hours.
Was it 40? Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, I mean,
42 hours.
That's probably good though, then, right? Because it doesn't sound like you felt it dragging for you like it has for me in the past. That's for sure. I've tried to go back to it. I bought the damn thing. I do like the idea of finishing games at some point in time. But fuck, man, I've tried a couple times. It's just, I don't know. I always get stopped by some annoying thing that just makes me say, all right, I'm done. And then that's the last thing in my mind. So, like that's I feel like I don't get back to it. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, listen, I'm glad. I will try to eventually get back to it, especially since it's probably the last God of War that was of that stature. Who knows what they're doing next? Did we hear something that they're doing something not God of War related? Is that like a different studio altogether?
I think it's there. I don't know. There's something that I think they're working on that's a sci-fi game. I don't know. Like whatever. We'll see.
This is gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. But yeah, I mean, look, let's put it this way. If there is no. I remember. They're doing the trilogy. Remember? The old
that
trilogy.
is the next thing they're doing.
Yeah. So it's not, so there won't be a new mainline God of War game for, I don't know, for at least a decade at this point. I feel like there's very little chance that we'll see a real God of War game come out of that camp. anytime soon. But that being said, guys, we have a fun show tonight, man. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with what's been going on out in these streets, but we got a pretty hefty update on State of Decay 3. And I don't know, did you get to watch the video on it, Hargeet?
Nope.
Okay, I did. So, you know, I some people have written a bunch of things, so we'll go through what they wrote, and then if there's anything that's not written that I remember that was talked about, I'll kind of add on to it. But I mean, look, right now, I feel like Xbox has this like huge momentum. Like this huge momentum backed by things like Fanfest. Really is Asha, right? Asha is really coming in here and putting a lot of things in motion, or stamping her name on a lot of things, right? To kind of push it forward that she's doing these things. But she has created this momentum that a lot of people seem to be excited for, that ultimately will probably crash and burn horribly, uh if the exclusive conversation doesn't go the way that some of these extremists are hoping that it does. So, we kind of have to live in this excitement for a while until these downers come around and mess everything up for us. But we have a lot of great stuff going on right now. State of Decay getting an update is huge for me. Very excited about that. I don't know, we saw there's kind of an update on Halo. There's some hints on Blade and what might be going on. But then there's also some, like, I don't know, like some dark shit going on. Not dark. That maybe that was a little too dramatic, but I don't know if you heard the thing with the Halo dude who came out and said there was all this horrible shit going on in the studio, and now all of a sudden, uh, we probably shouldn't be as excited for Halo as I guess that's what they're gonna try to tell us, that if I'm still excited for Halo, even though one dude has some problem with the company, that we're probably making the bad decision. I don't know. For me, I don't give a shit about nothing but the games, and we seem to have nothing but that, bro. It's just nonstop. And then obviously, rounding everything up with kind of Asha bringing back FanFest, we really have like this really big momentum that's happening. It's really cool. And then as I've been thinking about it, right? Because we own the place. I have the PlayStations of the world, and there's some PlayStation news out there that's kind of wild. Like the fact that they close studios just to buy one that's not going to make any games, but it's only going to focus on AI. So did they close those people because they're just gonna replace their work with AI? I don't know. This it seems kind of weird. We'll definitely jump into it. But the question that kind of came to me, and I thought we could talk about it a little bit, is can PlayStation ever really be exciting again? Like, is that something that's a possibility? I I don't know. I mean, can they have one game that's an exciting moment? Sure. But like as a brand, is it something to be excited about? I don't know, man. I don't think it can be. I don't think it can at this moment unless there's some drastic changes. But we're definitely gonna get into all of that. Before we do though, of course, you know how we do here, man. We got to shout out all the homies who are live in the building with us, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all. But furthermore, we do have to shout out everyone who supports us over on Patreon and on YouTube memberships. So let me go ahead and get over there and say shout out to our elite members. That's right. We have the Hobie Dark Angelic, Queen Witch, and Broke Boy. And then we have Pragmatic Ego, Hargy Chani, and Marvelous Marvin. Actually, I'm gonna stop this because actually forgot to add our boy Pal, who became an elite member at the end of the other show. So my bad for that. I thought I included it. But Xbox all right, there we go. All right. Sorry about that. Let me go ahead and rehab this run. There we go. All right, now our elite members, the homie Dark Angelic, Queen Witch, Broke Boy, and Pal Xbox for life. Shout out to you guys for the support. Appreciate you. And of course, we have our inner circle members, the homie Pragmatic Eagle, Hargy Chani, and Marvelous Marvin. You guys are the shit. Thank you so much for the support. And of course, it's a new month. That means we have our March champs in the books. So the most top 3 best bot of March was our boy Malcolm X Lax. Shout out to Malcolm. Most first super chats back again, Mac22TH54. Biggest super chat was our boy Pragmatic Eagle. Most biggest super chats was a tie between Marvelous Marvin and Mac22TH54. Top 3 most gifted subs came at number 1, Spartan661, number 2, Broke Boy, and number 3, Ryuart. And then most subs gifted at once was our boy Spartan661. So shout out to you guys. Appreciate all the support that you guys offer us, man. We appreciate each and every one. But of course, you guys know, you guys live in the building right now, you guys supporting us in such a major way, man. And we appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. Again, you guys are the shit. So we thank y'all. You guys are awesome. So special to us. Of course, not equally special as maybe some of the other people in the room. That's right, because they are 3 of you. There are 3 of you who are the most special, the specials of the evening. That's right. You guys are the top dogs. You guys are the best bots. You guys are not fucking around. How do you become one? I could tell you very easily. These people were the first 3 people who walked into this building. That's right. We went ahead, put that on point bat signal up. They saw it and said, oh shit, we got to get in there. We have to be a part of the story of the evening. And they are the top 3. They are the best bots. Now, the real question is, who are these people? Argy, Doodle's not here yet. You gotta feel it. You gotta do it.
Whoo.
Who? Good question, Argy. Good question. I have the answer. The first 3 people of the night, of the month, to be the best bots of the night. Oh, I'm going to show you right now. What's today? Today's Saturday. It's night shift. Yes, night shift. All right. Number 3 in the building. You know him well. It's our motherfucking homie. Game Shark in the building. Twinkle, twinkle, baby. Game Shark's number 3. He's not fucking around. Shout out to you, Game Shark. Thank you for being here, my brother. Appreciate you, my friend. Number 2 in the building is our boy, motherfucking Space Shot in the building. Shout out to our boy Space Shot. Number 2, he's not fucking around. Now, the first official best bot of the night for the month of April. It is our boy, motherfucking Ren in the building. Best bot of the night. Ren is not fucking around. He done did it. Ren, you are the man. You are the best bot of the night. Congratulations, sir. God damn. You were destined to be on that banner. You were pretty close. You were really, really close this time. So next time, you got this. You already started with a bang. You're already number 1. You already did it. You're already ahead of the pack. Just don't lose it, and you're good. It's key. It's a key moment. It's a key moment for sure. Shout out to Ren for being the best bot of the night. Absolutely. I do see we got the homie, motherfucking Jonas the Dad, live in the building with that $2 super chat. Says Saturday night TTS is all right. Hit that like button. Fuck yeah, Jonas the Dad. Look at that. You're not messing around. Jonas, appreciate that $2 super chat, brother. Oh shit. He wanted to start the party off right. Jonas the Dad comes right back with 10 gifted on point for gamer memberships, man. Shout out to the motherfucking homie Jonas for that, man. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you for that support. Y'all know what to do. Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us tonight. Thank you, my friend, for that support. Again, guys, thank you. And go ahead. If you're in the chat right now, you got to put the FBs in the chat for our boy Jonas' dad. You know how he likes it. Give him the FBs. He's not quite like Broke Boy, where Broke Boy's a little far out with the EBs that he wants. But you guys can go ahead and get a little twinkle, twinkle, boom, boom, FB in the chat. Go ahead, throw it up for Jonas. He's the man. All right, he's the man. He's not fucking around. All right. Then we have our boy Mac22TH54, the champion of first super chats for March. He's already behind Jonas, though. Oh shit, Jonas. Goddamn, already creating heat for Mac. Now, I appreciate you for being here, man. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says CMoney, I just bailed on Alex to be here. So Hargeet. Mac, appreciate you, my dude. Thank you for coming to rock out with us, man. Then we have our motherfucking boy Spartan661. Shout out to Spartan, member for 25 months. Let's fucking go indeed. Thank you, my brother, for the support. Appreciate you, my dude. Shout out to Mac22TH54, member for 15 months. That's fucking awesome. Thank you so very much, my dude. And then we have, holy shit, our boy Spartan661 is not fucking around. He went ahead and gifted 50 all point for gamer memberships, man. Shout out to the motherfucking homie Spartan661. You the man, brother. Y'all know what to do. Put that motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. And of course, our boy Spartan661. You the man, bro. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that support. In the chat right now, you got to go ahead and put the motherfucking FBs in the chat. All right. Support our boy Spartan. Let him know that you want to give him a little pleasure and happiness with the FB emoji. With just the emoji that goes in the chat. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Just do the right thing. Just do the right thing. Shout out to you guys for starting us off with a bang. I'm going to go ahead and update this banner right quick because obviously we got to make sure that our homies get their recognition. Woohoo! All right, that's money right there. Boom. Here we go. All right. Be done before you know it, like the Flash. You know what I'm saying? Not messing around. What is this? Boom. Okay. Nada. Boom. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So we got Spartan. Almost done. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. So fast. So fast. You don't even realize that it's already happened. It's already happened. That is what's okay. Done. Beautiful. All right. I stalled for long enough. There we go. The banner is updated. Thank y'all again. But of course, we got to shout out our homies who are here. Okay. Our peoples in the building. I see Berg Brizzle in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, brother. Amit Kumar, what's up, fam? Thanks for rocking out, man. Red Ninja, what's going on, player? User for games. What's going on, dog? Mr. Kima, what is up, player? Earth Prime 52, what up, player? 2Man 55. What's going on, my dude? Johnny or John 907. What's up, dog? Thank you for rocking out. Right, you are in the motherfucking building. Shout out to you, bro. Malcolm X-Lax, what's going on, player? Stanky G. What's up, dog? Thank you. Appreciate you. Be nice in the building. What's up, dog? Thank you for rocking out with us. Sinceres, what's going on? Def Leopard, what's up, my dude? Thank you for rocking out. Snooky Jackson, how you doing, homie? Appreciate you. Devil's Island, what's up, dog? Thank you for being here. Ren? Did I say Ren before? Yeah, he was number 1 in the building. Why you fucking with me, Ren? You actually did nothing. That was just me forgetting as I scrolled through. RC Polygon's in the building. What's up, man? He says, you all know the ponybots will cry whenever Microsoft going to do their yearly layoffs during May due to their financial year. They're going to say they stepped on a rake even when it's just business. Yo, the real question is, who keeps supplying Microsoft with rakes to step on? You would think that there would be no rakes. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, nobody wants these rakes. Yeah, I don't know. You're not wrong. It will happen, and then they'll all call, you know, Microsoft the devil. You know what I'm saying? Microsoft will be the devil incarnate, and that's just it. There would be no way around it, and we'll hear all the doom and gloom and the nightmares, and everybody's so upset and mad and angry, and yeah, just be another day in the office. Apparently, it's just the way it is. But you ain't wrong, dog. I see WTB in the building. What's up, man? Mr. Money. What's going on, dog? Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. APIMB. What's up, dog? Thank you for coming through. Appreciate you. All right. So I do have a question before we get started because unfortunately, well, I mean, fortunately, it is what it is. Look, I cannot make PAX this year, but I do know a man who did go to PAX at some point, and that man is here, and his name is Har motherfucking Geet. Hargeet, let us know, man. You're a man on the ground floor. I have no idea how PAX was. Did you get to try anything out? Did you see anything cool? Did you play Halloween? What did you do at the show?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem as big this time. I don't know if there's that as many people. I did, go around to try to see things that were interesting. There were a few things that were interesting, but it didn't seem as like cool as before. I don't know. There was just not as much. I did see the line for Halloween. And I'm like, no, thank you.
Really?
Yeah, no. So maybe that's good. I don't know, but like that was just no. There was no way. That would be like 3 hours of waiting. I'm like, no, I'm all set. Yeah, not worth it. I played He-Man. It's like a brawler. It seemed pretty cool.
Oh, He-Man. Is it based off the movie?
It's based off of the original, I think. I
Or
don't know if
just
it's based off the
He-Man?
movie.
Like, is it He-Man the movie or just He-Man?
Nope, it's He-Man something else. It's not the movie. But a lot of callbacks to the stuff that you remember from He-Man. So yeah, it was kind of fun. But yeah, I didn't really do too much beyond that. It was like I looked around, I saw like some things that were interesting, but mostly it just seemed like stuff I'd already seen, and there wasn't anything like last year I went and saw Crimson Desert. Like that was actually there, right? And I was like, oh, okay, well, I can play it. And there were other games like that, and you're like, okay, there was a massive Nintendo area, but it was all just is it Mario Wonder that just got the update for Switch 2? And I'm like, but I've already finished that game. I'm like,
Jesus, they're
I'm
like the
looking for
least
something new.
exciting situation right now.
Like, what's going on, right? And there wasn't any Xbox, at least that I could see anyway. So, like, they actually had God of War. What is that thing? Sparta, whatever that stupid game they have. I shouldn't call it stupid. I haven't played it, but I've heard bad things, and it's one of their least rated games. So,
that was there.
So
yeah,
that was actually there. They actually had that there.
yeah,
that tell you, right?
Invited me to come do it. I'm like, bro, first of all, I'm not going, but if I was, I'm gonna take a hard pass, like super hard pass.
Sons of Sparta, right? Sons of Sparta. I think that was the name of it. But
Sons
anyways, yeah, I don't. They actually had several stations of that like playable there, and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. That seems interesting. Like that they've sunk to that level to like bring it to a freaking PAX. Like, wow, really? Okay, fair enough. Because I mean, like they brought none of their games. Like I don't ever remember seeing anything out on that floor, right? So I'm like, this is the game you bring. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't find it as like fun. I don't know, for some reason it just wasn't as I don't know, there wasn't as much stuff there. I don't know if that's just like we're kind of in a lull or
Yeah, I was about to say, like, do you think we're just in like this weird, like in between? Like Xbox has a lot, like a lot of big shit coming out. PlayStation has nothing coming out of substance as always. Nintendo's just sticking to their remasters or their updates for the Switch 2. Maybe it's just like a lull in the generation or whatever. I mean, it's like the silence before the storm. Is that a saying? Did I just make that up? No, I'm pretty sure that's a saying.
the quiet.
All
It's
right.
the quiet before
The quiet. All right. I just changed the words and made it a new saying.
But
You
yeah, I
think
mean,
that's
it,
what
it
it
could
is?
be, it could just be that I don't know. There was just like, there's usually like you walk by and you're like, oh, that looks cool, and I like start looking at that. There were just games like that. Like last year when I went, there were games like that, and you're just like, okay, that looks like an interesting game. There wasn't even anybody there, and I found one station on the second floor, and it had a demo of a game that you just played through, and I'm like, that looks good, and I actually took content of that. I think I have it up on my site, um, but yeah, it's like there just wasn't anything that really pulled me in. I don't know. Maybe it's just that I like have already seen most of the games that were there. I don't like horror genre games anyway, so Halloween didn't really interest me anyway. But like that was a big one over there, and really like there was a quarter of the freaking place was this Nintendo thing. Not a quarter, but it was a big chunk. And I'm like, holy crap! And all it was Mario Wonder, and I'm like, why would I want to play that game? I've already finished it. Like what? And it had a huge line too, by the way. It's like, okay, fine, whatever. Maybe people haven't bought the Switch too. I mean, maybe that's all it is. I don't know, whatever. I just didn't see the value in that
I
one.
mean, I don't know. I don't know. You're kind of, now that I'm thinking about it, because I knew I wasn't gonna be able to go, so like I kept getting like emails and shit about it, and I was looking at them and I'm like, there was a lot of like really small stuff, I would say. And not like for me, like listen, I'm all for indies making these games and doing their thing, and the small ones are cool too. There's nothing wrong with it. But like normally there's like a indie who's like, I don't know, uh, like they're really kind of reaching higher, right? Like an
Yeah.
indie who's really making a statement, even though it's an indie game. And I feel like all the ones that are doing that already were there. You know what I'm saying? Like they were already there, and now they're like they elevated and they got into like the Xbox indie, program or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like they got noticed and got scooped out, and then all the other
Yeah.
people didn't. So they're just still kind of there. Um, but I mean, you're right. I don't remember seeing anything that was just like, oh man. I mean, the thing that I fucking hate that I wasn't able to go play is Halloween. I was so pumped for Halloween. I mean, I am so pumped for Halloween. I really enjoyed Killer Clowns. I don't know if you guys remember that from
Yeah.
couple years back or a few years back. That shit was really, really good. Um it didn't really catch like a huge, I don't know if they weren't doing like crossplay or something, but it didn't catch like a whole bunch of people. So like you would play it, but then sometimes you would play and there'd be like no one loading in or matching with you. So you just kept playing against the fucking against the CPU, like the computer. Um and it was like, ah man, but this is Halloween. You know what I'm saying? Like this has to,
Yeah.
you know, has to have some type of weight behind it where people are gonna rally around it. Um, so that's the one thing that I'm like, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like I wish I could have gotten to play that. I had to tell them I wasn't gonna be there, which blew, but
I mean, for you, it
so
would have been easier. I went as me, not as media, right? You would have had, I think, a media badge, and that would get you more immediate access
yeah.
to things, right? So, otherwise, you have to stand in line forever. So,
Yeah, no, I would have done like I would have had scheduled shit with them, but
exactly.
yeah, but even then, like there really wasn't too much that was like worth really even scheduling for, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
tiny things, but again, I don't know. All right, well, thank you. You made me feel better, Hergy. I was kind of, I was like, oh
I
man, I
did end up
fucking missed it.
getting
But
some things for my nephew, though. I just like think things I could get for him that are being sold there, which is kind of cool. But
oh, nice,
outside of that, yeah. Oh, and we
nice.
watched Super Mario movie, his first movie in the theaters.
Did you? Nice. How did he like it? He's a
He
little
was
guy,
having
so I
fun
don't
with
think
it.
he really cared so much. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Nice.
were a little scared of the fact that he might just start running around because he can't
Yep.
usually stay in one place. But nope, perfectly fine. Sat in his seat the entire time. Watched the movie
Oh, like a
intently.
boss.
That's great.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's what's up. That's what's up. How did you like it?
I thought it was great. Like, if you're a Mario fan, you'll love it because it has all those callbacks. They have a whole bunch of things. I won't ruin any surprises, but there's more fun stuff in there.
Yeah, but Hargeet, all the reviews said it was trash.
Yeah, but they said that to the first one too.
They did. They did.
Yeah,
They did.
I don't care. Like, for me, it's what I want out of it, right? They want some epic
Exactly.
whatever baloney story, and I'm like, no. This is what I want. I want a Mario movie, and it did exactly that. So
Yeah.
it's great.
People were mad because it didn't honor the Super Mario Galaxy game story, and it made some changes.
Whatever.
And it's like, bro, first of all, I played that goddamn thing. What story? What story? Her in the library? Come on, man. They gave her way more coolness in this movie. Rosalina is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like they did way more for her in this movie than Galaxy ever did for her. But yeah, I mean,
Ask
we
the
took
average person who's
everybody.
finished 1 and 2 if they even remember the story. It's all about the gameplay. Who cares? Like, really? Seriously?
Exactly.
Come on
Exactly.
now.
Yeah, nah, it's pretty bad. We took everyone. So all the kids went.
What'd they think of it?
So we actually went twice because
Oh, there
our
you go.
eldest, yeah, so our eldest is in college and he could not go with us on opening night because he had class and he couldn't make it. But like our youngest son was so pumped for this movie. Like since February, he would come by and be like, "Is it April yet? Is it April yet? I want to watch the Mario movie." Right? They don't even. It's not like they play Mario like that or anything. It's just they see it on YouTube and stuff. Like he gets pumped, and he was really pumped. So we couldn't like delay it. He plays Mario Kart. Doodle said she'll be in shortly. But we took all of them except for my eldest son on opening night. So Wednesday, April 1st, it dropped and we went, and I mean, we all loved it. All of us who were at that theater had a blast. Everybody else loved it a little more than me, but that's only because the first part of the movie for me just did not hit for me. It just as I was watching the beginning of the movie, I started thinking about the reviews and I was like, okay, this is how this movie must stay. And therefore that's why everybody's been shitting on it. But it didn't. It didn't. It just kept getting better and better as the movie kept going on. More epic stuff, more cool stuff was happening. It was really a fun time. But like Doodle fucking loved it. She'll tell you in a second, but I I will say that we went back on Friday during the day with our eldest, and well, he was not as impressed. He was not. He yeah, he was not
He
as
didn't
impressed.
like it. Wow.
So Super Mario Galaxy is his favorite Nintendo game. Okay,
Okay.
it's his absolute favorite. So he pretty much was pissed that they even used Galaxy in the title. So it's not that it was a bad movie, but he said like they pretty much like it shouldn't have been called Galaxy. Like they barely did anything as far as the story is concerned with it or something like that. I don't know. He has a video on his channel if you want to go check it out. He's he's not happy with it. But he's more of a, you know, a somebody who's gonna watch a movie to critique it, you know what I'm saying? Like to find the flaws and talk about it that way. Like that's how he processes in movies. He's actually a pretty good reviewer in that type of way. Like he can do it. But he pretty much in his mind he gave it a 6. So he equaled out to the IGN score. He didn't agree with a bunch of the really bad ones, but yeah, that was his assessment. So, he didn't really care for it, but everybody else, Doodle, she's about to hop on now, so she'll tell you. But like my eldest daughter, she loved it, and all the little ones were pumped. They absolutely loved it. But we do have our amazingly beautiful Doodle in the building. Doodle.
What's up, everybody? Happy Saturday. Thank you so much for rocking out with us tonight. What's going on?
Yeah.
I heard some talks about the Mario movie, about PAX. Man, the Mario movie was amazing. They came back bigger, better. I was so freaking hyped. And you know what's crazy? You had mentioned CMoney that from like the pace in the beginning, but you have to build up, right? You can't just start, on a rush. I thought it was absolutely stunning. Graphically, it's just like it's really, really beautiful. The elements that they brought in, everything made absolute sense. Yes, you see all those iconic characters that you want to see. You hear that amazing music that you want to hear. All of those elements, if you grew up with Nintendo, if you grew up with Mario, this is huge. I don't know why you would be upset about this movie because, man, it was everything and more. Yeah, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Every character in there made sense throughout the story. And it kind of everything aligned. Nothing is out of place, which is something that people were kind of complaining about, that they were doing things just to do it, or that the story wasn't there. There were multiple things that were going on at the same time, and then it just kind of resolved and came together beautifully. You get kind of like a deeper understanding about some relationships, which is great to see. A little bit of background in kind of like the present and moving forward, what those relationships are going to kind of be. It was so freaking good. It was so good. There was like at the moment, like I spent the whole time kind of like just giddy, I would say.
She really was, though.
I really did.
If you
Jokes
watched her, she
landed
was
for
just
me.
every time she would just be like, you just watch her like a kid in a candy shop. Like
Yeah.
she was just so happy. Every time a moment where we were watching it again with our oldest son, every time a moment was coming that she was really pumped for, she would be like waiting to see how he reacted to it.
Oh, of
It
course.
was cute. It was real cute.
My babies are there, and so I'm excited to see their reaction, and I'm reacting to it, and it was so freaking epic. They showed up. They showed up in a big way. I don't understand what is expected from like some of these movies. You do have to come in understanding that you're looking, from a nostalgic type angle, right? And you're also looking at a movie that it's going to have to hit, a different audience, right? We're talking about aiming for the younger kids, those generations that have been, with Mario and Nintendo, and hopefully, some newcomers and people that maybe don't know about them. And it just has to be rounded enough to appease everyone. And it can't go beat by beat when it comes to the game, because there's not that much in the game. So they have to get creative, and they have to give you more of a meaty reason to want to go ahead and go back. The issue with it calling it Mario Galaxy, I do understand throughout the movie why it's called Mario Galaxy, and the idea that they were going to maybe drop some characters that are what maybe the new kids that went and saw the Mario Brothers movie were going to go ahead and go back and want to see this one. It's ridiculous to think that that's something that they would do, kind of scratch that off and say, okay, well, these less known characters are the only ones leading this movie. It wasn't going to go ahead and take that form. So man, it was awesome. I remember I heard the for the underworld, and I was like, oh, it's crazy. Hargy, did you stay till after the credits and actually get a chance to see at the end the setup for the next movie?
Yeah, this is yes, yeah. We don't want to reveal anything else, but the
no!
new,
Oh my
person,
gosh!
yes, that showed up. Yes,
but there was two
Yeah. There was like a
After
guy's
credit.
thing was being stolen, and that one, right?
Yep.
The
Yeah, at
Yes.
the very
Oh
end.
my
Yep.
gosh. Margie.
Yes.
Oh man. I started clapping. I was like, oh my God. It's such
Yeah.
and such. It was
Yeah,
wild. It
don't
was
want to
so
give
good.
anything
I
away. There's a
also
lot of fun. Again, if you like all the callbacks, there's plenty of stuff in there.
yes. I also think the voice acting that it was so good. It was so good. Some of the new
Yeah.
people that they brought in. Yeah, it was well put together. Such a great freaking movie. If
Yeah.
you guys were planning to go see it and kind of held back because of the reviews, do yourself a favor and go check it out. I'm glad we went twice.
Agreed.
I'm glad we went twice.
Yeah, that's definitely a for me, I liked it better the second time because I got to see it from see the beginning from the perspective of somebody who knew what was coming, so it really changed it up for me. But ultimately, listen, I thought it was a good time for sure.
Now,
For sure.
also with PAX, I hear you guys. I get that. I wanted to also because Nintendo had such a cool setup over there. I wanted to see that. So that is one of the things that I was like, oh shoot. Um, we didn't get to go, so I didn't get to see that. But I would have loved to have seen that whole setup and like because they had Pokemon when we did a video
Years
with
ago
the
now,
yes,
yeah.
with a couple of years back. But this year they had like a whole Mario setup, and I would have loved to have seen that. Um, but yeah, I saw some pictures and I was like, oh shoot, that's dope.
Hargi said that PAX was kind of ass this year though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like that would have been a cool thing to see. The pace, yeah, I saw some of the because obviously with the emails and everything, you kind of see what the lineup is and yeah, so I get his point for sure.
Yeah.
And the amiibos dropped the Rosalina and Mario. And I do have to say something that they didn't or I missed or they didn't make clear the sizes of these amiibos are substantial. They're like double the size. They are
Yeah, they're big.
huge. They're stunning too. So had they actually made very specific that, we're charging more because these are gigantic in comparison to the old amiibos, that would have been a good thing to say to
Yeah.
bring up. But they are absolutely beautiful. I saw the Rosalina and Mario with the star and even like the galaxy that's he's sleeping off of. It's like right under.
Yeah.
It's really, really pretty.
Agreed. Yeah, definitely dope. Definitely dope. If you haven't checked them out, you should definitely go see them in person because they're pretty huge. All right. Let's go ahead and get the party started. We do have the homie P Lump in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Thank you for that $2 chat.
Yo, thank you
Says
so
stop everything,
much.
play my damn theme song. I got your theme song, but what's up, man? Thank you for being here. He's back with another $5 switch. I appreciate
Thank
you, my
you so
dude.
much.
Says love, peace, and respect to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the panel. Xbox is number one, baby. They not like us. They
That's
not like
beautiful.
us. Nah,
Let's go.
Xbox. I mean, goddamn, it's so true, man. Honestly, like Xbox is just nonstop. Like we've known it forever, bro. Like it's no matter how you cut it, Xbox is the only thing worth talking about at any given moment in time, right? Like consistently, right? And this is no different. They just keep the ball rolling. And we're gonna definitely have some fun talking about it tonight. And we do have the homie Adidas 20 in
Yo,
the building. Shout out to Adidas. Says, what's up, my peeps?
what's
Thank you for that
good?
social chat. Says Hargi olives, please. Oh god.
Oh,
Mother flower.
what a craving.
There's not a craving. Nobody wants that. It's disgusting. Ah, that's not
Let
cool.
the olives flow.
No, thank you.
No? Okay.
No, doesn't get better. It's worse every time. That's hard. Oh my god.
Mm.
No.
Listen, some people like the olives.
Nobody likes olives. It's all lies.
Oh, okay.
It's all lies.
All right.
Yeah.
He told us, Hargi.
That's it. As long as we all know. It's the truth. Okay. It's a disgusting situation, but that's okay. Oh my god. There's so many. The fact that you're probably gonna get a what's the thing that happens to computers?
Um,
The bad
what
things
do you
that
mean?
happen to computers. Virus.
the virus?
Virus.
Oh,
Yeah.
a
It seems
knowledge
like you have a lot
virus?
of olive images in your hard drive space. You might be at risk. All right. I'm just saying. It's the truth. Nobody likes that shit. Don't know why it exists here. But that being said, all right, let's go ahead and hop right into it. Um, let me take my chapter real quick. Do I have the wait? Did I do it? Wait, let's see. Oops, wrong button. Go here, press that. Hola, go here, go there, and then I gotta move this over. Come on, don't be a bitch. What? Hold on. Sorry.
Sounds like CMoney messed up.
I messed up.
So Ryur is asking why the Mary reviews crazy. What's up, Ryur? Thank you for rocking out, fam. Listen, it's not a good look that the reviews seem so out of touch with what the audience is saying. They almost seem unnecessary at this point because there's such a contrast, right? So I don't know why some of the reviews that CMoney, I think it was on, when was it, on Tuesday? You had read one of the reviews, and it's like there was no reason there as to why they gave it a 0. It was almost like a psycho talking with the wanting to stab himself with the pen and all this other stuff, and it's like, well, I don't think we should be listening to you.
Yeah. That shit was pretty wild, actually.
It was wild.
It
So
was very wild.
I don't know.
Let me get, before we jump into the topic itself, let me get this over here, because Infinite Hero goes ahead and writes this and says, CMoney, weren't you just playing games on the PC this past week? I get you were on Game Pass, but not even on Xbox. Sorrows will be out soon. That is substance. Okay.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry. Can you call the gaming police? Are you not allowed to play on PC? I mean,
I don't know. I feel like people forget that PC is part of the Xbox ecosystem. And I do partake in my Xbox Play Anywhere games on PC. I do partake in Steam games or whatever else I want to play. But I play them mostly on my Xbox handheld. So I'm using the Xbox Ally X the vast majority of time. So no,
I mean, you play wherever the fuck you want to play.
I do.
Yeah,
I do, but I am on my Xbox.
That's those are choices in life. You don't get to run anybody's life. So
well,
yes,
what I think
you get
the
to
thing
play
that
wherever
I'm
you
trying
want.
to say is that, like, it discredits me somehow because I can afford to buy a PC and play it there if I want to. I've always looked at the PC as just the next level up Xbox, because, like you mentioned, I'm mostly playing either my Game Pass games or my Xbox Play Anywhere games or whatever the case is. So, yeah, no, I'm good. I do enjoy playing where I want to play. Now, I will say, saying Saros will be out soon, that is substance.
Now that's discrediting.
I mean, like, substance abuse. You know what I'm saying? Like something that shouldn't come out. Yes, you're right. Like, people shouldn't do it, but they are probably gonna. At least a few people will. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. Saros, Hargeet, is Saros like destined for greatness, do you think? Do you feel like is this the one? Is this the one that's gonna make you say, fuck this shit, I'm buying a PlayStation?
Oh, hell no, of course not.
Hargeet, because no, Hargeet, because you gotta remember, this is the most important part, because that's exclusives sell.
I mean, this is the reason, right?
The ponies, and
this is the reason why they stay on PlayStation for these exclusives.
So it's gonna have what, 40 million sales,
and not to discredit the ponies, I'm assuming they're all gonna go and buy it because that's why they're on that box. that will be
Right.
discredited if they don't pick up a copy of the game. Just like they did with Concord, right? Oh shit, they didn't show up for Concord. They didn't. Say it ain't so.
Say it.
Are you
ain't
motherfuckers
so.
lying to us about your exclusives? Are you not supporting those?
I don't know. Seems kind of weird.
I mean, they hate Xbox games though. So the good thing is that those Xbox games are not selling on their platform because they fucking hate them, right?
Except
they are.
except they're
Darn
loving it because
Shit.
Starfield is their new most excited and most anticipated game.
Say it ain't
All the
so.
media is already prepping the viewers of PlayStation media is like, yep, Starfield is gonna be the best on here. Fucking push square, bro. Holy shit. These people have no fucking respect for themselves. It's crazy. So, Hargi, just to clarify 100%, I just gotta know for sure. Are you not buying a PlayStation to play Saros? Is that not the system seller that you've been looking for?
Of course not. Like what?
Mm.
Why? Like what?
Damn.
Like, look, good luck to the game. I don't know how it's gonna do, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna sell that well. But hey, we'll see. Maybe it'll do okay.
Well, has it gone up, Hargi, and in the PlayStation ranks?
Pre-orders? Yes, it is
pre-orders?
number 3 right now.
There you go.
Keep
It's coming out
supporting.
in a few weeks. When is it coming out? Is it a week? 28th.
Isn't it?
28th. So a couple
28th.
weeks. It's a couple weeks away.
So a few weeks out.
So
Get your pre-orders in.
yeah, I think that's the most important part is to make sure you get all your pre-orders in for these games to have a chance, because what it sounds like, at least to me, is that doesn't look like there's much of a chance for this game to do anything well, considering that even though it's number 3, it's still number 3 compared to Starfield that's number 1. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless people are okay to admit that Starfield is now going to be considered amazing and not trash like they all led us to try to believe. They all wanted us to believe. They all wanted us to take away our own experience and say, no, that was not good. Oh my God. Have you, I forgot this shit. I saw this. I can sometimes I see shit on Twitter and I can't even respond. The stupidity of some of this shit that comes out there. So I was reading, this is an Xbox dude, right? Comes out and he's telling the world that the fact that Starfield will launch on PlayStation.
Oh God, I already can hear the stupidity coming through.
That it will launch on PlayStation in a better situation.
Oh my gosh.
With more content and all that stuff than it did 3 years ago on Xbox. Okay. That is a problem. Xbox is fucking its customers. We are beta testing Starfield for 3 years. For fucking ponies, dude. How does this shit? How do you write this?
Then why do they get so upset when the game goes to PlayStation and it skips Xbox?
But yeah, why?
Like
I don't
it'll
know.
come later, you guys. Aren't they just testing it out for you? Like, what are you upset about then? Like damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? There are a bunch of freaking morons trying to find a reason to cry and be upset.
Yo, 3 years.
Can't argue with stupid.
Exclusive. 3 years tied exclusive. That's not enough. No. We were beta testing for 3 years, guys. Did you realize that? I mean, we done beat the game, put countless hours into it, but
it was an expansion pack.
Yeah, but we were supposed to be like, God damn, why did we beta test this for them?
That's crazy.
Isn't it wild that what they don't realize is Starfield is going to be the highlight of a pony's life this year? You know what I'm saying? Their year has purpose because Xbox is delivering one of the greatest games of the generation on the PlayStation platform, whereas PlayStation themselves are doing nothing but giving you a game that nobody asked for with Sorrows, and a game that we all don't even know how it's truly going to turn out, but we're all assuming it's going to be fine, which is Wolverine, right? But that's it. How many games we got coming out this year already? Big monster games. So many, bro. So many coming out from Xbox first party. And it's always one of Xbox's games to go ahead and make their world come to life.
So
on the
why
PlayStation.
don't they sell their Xbox and go over to PlayStation and we'll test out these games, and then maybe someday they'll go ahead and put them on PlayStation, and
There you
then
go.
you'll get the upgrade version.
There they go.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Problem
it.
solved.
That's exactly it. Bro, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And this is what I did, by the way. I mean, this is what we were talking about from the beginning, right? When this was all going, right? We were saying that when Xbox puts its games over on PlayStation, it's literally sucking the life from PlayStation first party. And if you can't accept how crazy it is that Xbox literally owns the PlayStation fan base, like the most exciting game coming to PlayStation right now is Xbox owned Bethesda's Starfield. Okay. That is the fact. That is what they're telling us. Remember, nobody wants to pre-order games. So if you are so like focused and said, I gotta pre-order this shit, I might lose out if I don't pre-order it. Bro, when you have a choice and there's an Xbox game on the docket and a PlayStation first party game on the docket, how do you let the Xbox game beat out the PlayStation game every single time? It happened to Saros. It happened to Ghost of Yote. And you know what it is? It seems like the older the game, it's like their age with fine wine for Xbox. It's like Xbox dropped some of the newer games and then they do too crazy. They still were up there, but they didn't do too crazy. But they dropped Forza Horizon 5, a 4-year-old game, and the ponies went wild. And look at here,
They've
we're
been
back.
waiting for it for longer, babe.
That's
They've
what it
been
is.
waiting for
The
it. And the
build-up
crazy
is
shit
long.
is that they have their own racer that they claim is king of it all. The king has fallen. He can't get up.
He can't.
My
get
first
up.
Gran Turismo.
My first.
What a
Gran
joke.
Turismo. I don't even think they're going to release another one of those.
My first and last.
To my first and last. They should have changed the name. My first and last Gran Turismo.
When did that come out? Was it 22 or something? When did Gran Turismo come out?
It was either 21 or 22.
Okay.
It was either 21 or 22. I think it was 22 because Horizon was 20. Didn't Horizon come out first? I think Horizon came out first, so it had to be 22.
Horizon was 21, so this must have been 22.
Yeah, end of 21. So yeah, so I think it was 22. So I mean, I don't think they're gonna release another Gran Turismo on the PlayStation 5.
Yep, 22.
I don't think that's feasible. I mean, Forza already embarrassed Gran Turismo by outpacing it for the same amount of time that it was out, for sure.
Aren't they kind of due for a new one? Like,
well, I mean, last generation, I don't think they released. I think they only released one game, and then they did a spec or whatever the fuck. I think something like that. I don't think they released more than one in a generation.
Wasn't there? Well, technically, Gran Turismo 7 was also a PS4 game, right?
Exactly. That's true. That's true. Actually, now that you think about it. So, I mean, think about this. Microsoft is probably going to be releasing. Yeah, Sport was last year, right? I mean, last generation. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
so.
PS4.
Microsoft is going to release what will come down to be probably one of the most amazing racing games or driving games ever in a month or so for us. And then towards the end of the year, they're going to light up the PlayStation Store again with Forza Horizon 6 that's supposed to come out at the end of the year, right? That's the That's the time it's supposed to happen. I think so. So
Yeah, they said I think fall, right? And
yeah,
the
I think
question is
it's like
when
by
would they
the
put it
end.
out? So I don't know. We'll see.
So, baby, they're gonna be too busy driving in Forza Horizon to think about anything else. Yo,
Maybe PlayStation should release a galloping game, and maybe that'll keep them from wanting to drive.
how embarrassing would it be if Forza Horizon 6 out pre-orders Wolverine?
That would be some next level-ish.
That would be embarrassing.
That would be pretty bad.
That would be embarrassing. If Wolverine is coming out and able to be pre-ordered and it doesn't beat Forza Horizon 6, that would be a goddamn shame. That would be a goddamn shame.
I mean,
We'll
it
see.
won't be Call of Duty. Right?
No,
But I guess
well, does Call of Duty get the
pre-orders-wise, it
highest
might be a
pre-orders?
little too early, right? Because they have a September locked-in date, right? Correct?
Who? Wolverine?
Wolverine.
Oh, I don't know. I
think
could
they
only
have
imagine that. I would imagine that that's exactly when Horizon 6 would
Wolverine
be looking to come out.
release date.
Because remember, you got Grand Theft Auto 6
15th,
dropping.
September 15th.
Okay. So you got Grand Theft Auto dropping 2 months later. So Horizon is going to be in that September-October window. For sure, for PlayStation.
And so is I'm sure Call of Duty will come in October, at the end of October.
100%. 100%.
So
yeah, so it's going to be quite the
still beat it, even though it's like multiple, like a month and a half of difference, right? It'll still probably beat it in pre-orders.
I mean, we'll see, but it doesn't look good for them over there. So I guess the point is probably shouldn't worry about, where Xbox players choose to play their Xbox games, considering that that's 100%.
Considering that there are no PlayStation games
no
to
PlayStation games to play. Facts.
These
But again,
clowns are crazy.
like on the Xbox side, we have the ability to do these things, right? We can enjoy our games wherever we want, and I know it's confusing to, some people. But yeah, what a time, huh? What a time. All right, let me go over here because our motherfucking homie. Where we go? There we go. Motherfucking Ryuart.
Let's
Live in the
go.
building. Shout out to the homie Ryuart. Went ahead and gifted 20 on Point for Gamer memberships, man. Shout out
Let's
to the homie
go.
Ryuart,
Thank
man.
you, fam.
Y'all know
Appreciate
what
you.
to do.
Baby.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us tonight, man. Thank y'all so much. And of course, our boy Ryuart, man. Thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you.
We appreciate you, sir. Put the FBs in the chat for him. All right,
Listen,
let's just
it's
call it
Saturday night.
It's Saturday night. You know he's loose right now. He's ready to go. Just go ahead, put the FBs in the chat for our boy. We know Bro Boy ain't here, so you don't have to put the EBs in the chat, but the FBs
No.
for sure. Get him in there. You know what I'm saying? He always likes a little fun time, We do have the homie P Lump back in the building with that $2 super chat. Appreciate you, homie. Says ponies will always hate they're locked behind a box. Oh shit. They are. But you know what's crazy? It's like I feel like they hate us because they ain't us, right? Like they are watching. They're like remember Friends, Ross, when he was like staring out the window, crying, raining outside, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why I feel like every PlayStation pony is. Like, coming in here and they'll sit there and they'll just question shit and talk shit about what Xbox people are doing. And they're just sitting there so sad.
I mean, it's a bunch of gallopers locked up in a basement with nothing to play and nothing to do. And they're like, you know what? I don't want to hear anything other than what's going on with Xbox. So they want to find out. They want to know. They're hoping they'll fall somewhere along the way and they can celebrate, PlayStation once again, because that's their identity. They can come out the basement once again but nope, you staying locked down. Go back in there, bitch. There ain't nothing
Farce.
for you out here.
Farce. Yeah. Just kind of, just kind of is what it is. But maybe they got some amazing games on PlayStation Plus that they can finally play.
Oh wow, why? Why? See, why?
Go play some golf. Not the 2026 version, of course. Make sure it's the previous year's version. 2025. We don't want no updated rosters or skill sets here.
That's how they keep PlayStation alive.
Oh my god.
Old raggedy games.
But Pelum, you ain't lying, dog. Pelum's back with another $5 super chat. Appreciate you, my brother.
Thank you so much.
Says they don't even support their own their own party. Starfield is the #1 pre-order on the system. Make it make sense. I mean, that's the damnest part about it, dude. Like, it's not like there's no PlayStation first-party game up for pre-order, right? It's not like they're not releasing in the same month. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's not like they weren't out there. Like, they were talking hella shit about Starfield, and now they're out there pre-ordering it. What are they gonna do? Play it for 800 hours and be like, nah, that wasn't my game.
That's good. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna play it for another 800 hours, just like that other dude, and fucking be like, nah, dog, this shit ain't it, man. I don't like it.
It's no Astrobot.
It's no Astrobot. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. All right. And then we have the motherfucking homie Bounty in the building. Member for 27 motherfucking months. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you
Appreciate you, my
so
brother.
much.
Says they're going to be playing Starfield. PlayStation fans are pissed they don't have choices to play their own games wherever they want. Yo, fucking bars, bro. Bars. 100%, man. 100. That's their anger. That's their frustration. Like, oh, I don't want to play anywhere. Fun fact. Oh man, I don't know if it's gonna be a topic, so we can talk a little bit about it right now. But fun fact, they're mad about it. Yet PlayStation out here updating their back end supposedly because their little handheld is gonna be coming out. And the handheld, they're already telling the developers that there's like a lower powered version than the PlayStation 5 that they have to build to make it work. And so they're supposedly having their own version of smart delivery now, supposedly, which is supposed to make it so you can play your game on the handheld or on something else. So it's like, it's funny because all the shit they claim that don't matter and claim that mean nothing, now PlayStation is copying Xbox as always to figure out how to get themselves into the conversation. And you'll see the ponies guzzle everything PlayStation tells them again.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Remember, these are the same developers that they prefer to pay full price for their games.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. Agreed. Agreed. That's a problem. But yeah, I mean, look, I think first of all, I appreciate the message that got us into this topic.
Yes.
Of conversation.
This was fun.
Because, it's been a while where we just got to kind of slap up a pony a little bit.
Oh yeah.
It's always fun. It's always fun.
Good.
It's always fun.
Always good. It's always welcome.
It's always welcome.
Always.
It's always welcome. Oh shit.
We don't seek for it, but
just like our boy Spartan 661 who went ahead and gifted another 50 on point for gamer membership. Shout out to motherfucking Spartan 661. He is not fucking around.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
Spartan, that's wild. Thank you so much, my dude. Y'all know what to do.
Tell me.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us tonight. And of course, our boy Spartan, this dude, he said, I'm going to lock this motherfucker down. He's already prepping to be #1 for next month.
Let's go.
Oh
Thank
shit.
you.
Spartan, man. Thank you,
Get
my
'em.
brother. You know what you guys gotta do in the chat right now. You know what you gotta do. You gotta
Throw
put the
them
FBs
in.
in the chat. Put the FBs in the chat. Support our boy, motherfucking Spartan661. It's not fucking around. Up to 100 gifted. He's not fucking
That's
around.
wild. Thank
That's
you so
crazy.
much, man.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so very much for that support. God damn. Look at that shit. Man with the master plan. All right, all right. We should probably get the show started. What do we think?
I mean,
Possible? Possible? I think so. I think we can. I think we can. All right. Let me get my chapter. All right, and then I have it here. Let's see. Go here. Bam. 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 Beautiful. Okay.
be right back.
So, guys, as you can see from the thumbnail, from the headline, the Xbox excitement train doesn't stop rolling. Okay, we get nothing but more news, more exciting stuff thrown our way, nonstop. Okay, and one of the things that we'll start with in this conversation, because ultimately there's a few things that I want to talk about and go through with these updates that we're getting to the thing that matters most to us real Xbox heads, which are the games, right? Not the BS of the other nonsense that's still lingering that everyone's throwing out there. It's the games. It's what they're bringing for us to play in our Game Pass subscription. But ultimately, we'll talk about those things, and then I do want to end up with a proper question that I feel is worth discussing, and that question is going to be on the complete opposite of what's happening with the Xbox hype train that's constantly rolling. Is why isn't there any PlayStation excitement, and can there ever be PlayStation excitement again? And I don't know. I think that's a real question that we're gonna need to figure out, and discuss during the show. But let's get started with the hype of Xbox. And for me, that, and I'm sure for a lot of you, is going to be an update for a game that we've all been waiting to hear more about. That's right. A game that was part of the most hype E3 back in 2020 when Xbox gave us this gigantic roadmap of what was ahead. Um, and that game is going to be State of Decay 3. That's right, guys. We got a pretty substantial game update for State of Decay 3. We learned a lot of new things about it. And we also found out one of the dopest things is that they are accepting people to go ahead and be a part of the alpha. So you might be able to get your hands on the game early. And by early, honestly, that could be early now compared to release in 2027, or early now and compared to release in 2028. We don't really know. I think I assumed that it was 2027. But based off this, interview that took place on some dude's channel, I don't, what was he? I don't even remember his name. But there was an interview done and a lot of information came out. I watched the whole thing. So we do have Clover here though, who did a nice little breakdown of the game, of the update. And then if there's anything missing, I can fill it in from what I watched. But State of Decay 3, if you guys don't remember, had a phenomenal CG trailer back in 2020 when they were hyping up the next Xbox. And there was a lot of shit in there that looked insane. And it really kind of made us be like, holy shit, they're really gonna go in a different direction with State of Decay. And I mean, it was amazing trailer, and every time you guys watch our show, you hear the scream at the end that is directly from the State of Decay 3 trailer from 2020. So so that's what we were all thinking, and this update does kind of give information about that trailer and what's gonna make it from that trailer and things like that. So let's jump right into the breakdown that Clobro went ahead and did. So it says State of Decay 3 new info and pre-alpha screenshots. Says the game is set years into the future after the initial outbreak. So for context, the first two games were relatively soon after the outbreak. Like the first game was like a year after the outbreak. Then the second game was like just a couple years after that. This is way like much further along in the future. Not like it's not like a sci-fi, not like sci-fi future, but like, 10, 15 years as opposed to 1 or 2 years, right? Um, so now this was an interesting thing to find out that there is a quote unquote player council that is actually currently playing the game with, you know, with Undead Labs. And they've been playing the game for a little over a year now, and they've been providing feedback the whole time. So they're really, by doing this alpha, is just opening it up to everyone else. Okay, to get more of a broader reach and have more people talk about the game and see, give them feedback for it. But there are a group of people, and the person who did this interview is part of that group. Um, we'll continue. The plague remains a central evolving threat. Zombies and special infected have evolved. Examples include returning types like juggernauts and bloaters, plus new variations. Combat has been significantly upgraded with more responsive locomotion and fluid movement. Crafting and building lean into a post scarcity scavenging vibe where players improvise in a world that's already been heavily looted. Multiplayer supports up to 4-player co-op in a truly shared open world. All right, so this part here, just to well, actually, he says it here. Players can start in different locations and explore more independently while still contributing to a shared experience. So basically, this is similar to Grounded. Okay, so he brought up the example because they're actually the ones who gave the code to Grounded, to Obsidian, to put the shared open world for Grounded 2 into effect. And if you're not familiar in Grounded, you can go ahead, create a world, and then you can invite people to that world, but you don't have to be there for them to go into it, right? So they can go in and play the world. It's not reliant on you. They can go ahead and access it. And that is essentially this, but this at a grander scale. So he basically said they gave him a code, they gave them some code for it. Obsidian went, used that, and kind of built on that, and then now gave it back to them, more fully fleshed out. So now they took that and they're building on that for State of Decay 3, which was part of their talk about how great it is to be part of the Xbox family because they have access to, Xbox Studios, they have access to Bethesda Studios, they have access to Activision Studios, King Studio, all that stuff. So, he was kind of talking about how great that was. And this came up where now, that shared technology is kind of being evolved more and more between studios, to kind of get them to that next point. So yeah, it's completely shared, untethered. So like literally, if you have a friend that you guys make a world with, and in real life your friend piss you off, you could go into the world and screw up his game completely by killing off his survivors or whatever you want to do. He made it very clear that you should not allow people in your world that you do not trust. Okay. Because it is completely free to do whatever they want to do in the world, independently of you, but in that shared world, which is pretty cool. So you got 4 people you can do that with, that's pretty dope. But he does say the solo experience is still a major focus. The studio expects most players will play alone and it will feel complete and satisfying on its own. And that was something that they made a big deal about. They did kind of harp on the idea that most of the people play this game alone. They know that. They also know that when they compared I might be jumping. Yeah, he kind of they say here. He says on their last position, State of Decay 3 as the biggest evolution in the series yet, building all the systemic depth of the first two games while expanding the world, co-op freedom, combat feel, and emotional storytelling. Okay, so yeah, so that's the reality of what he said, but specifically what he had brought up was the fact that the first game had more of a story, like a more of a story involved with it, that they were telling a like an emotional story as part of that first game. Okay. Whereas the second game, they fell back a little bit on the guided story as much as wanting you to almost have your own story in this own world and rely more on the systems and procedurally generated characters in the world and stuff like that. um so they want to take all that depth that they built in the second one as far as just the systems that they built and really expound upon them and really just make them bigger and better and do more things with them, but they want to harken back to that feel of State of Decay 1 where you had that story. It's emotional storytelling, they said, from part 1 that they want to bring into this one. And then, there is some screenshots that they added. I mean, you could tell right away, I mean, how stunning it is. But the guy who's in the council, he did say like 100% when you go ahead and start this game, the thing you're gonna notice immediately is how beautiful it is, which, that's music to my ears. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm hoping for. And it looks that way, right? That's everything that we've known is based off of that. Now, I will say he left out a few things, and one of the things that was talked about was the trailer. Okay, so the trailer that we all loved, babe, the scream at the end of our
Yes.
intro. That entire trailer was completely fabricated, by them. They just kind of made it up. Obviously, there was no real game at the time. And these were themes that they were exploring
Exploring, yeah.
at the time, but over the years they've, went ahead and shifted focus and have everything lined up to the way they want. So a couple things. One, there is no longer going to be any form of zombie animals. Zombie animals are out. The zombie deer is out. Um, so there will be no zombie animals, which I was kind of looking forward to a zombie animal. I'm not gonna lie. All right.
Yeah, I can see that.
The, the zombie deer look crazy.
Yeah, it kind of molds more into the idea, right? That anything can get it.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, I mean, it would have been really cool, but obviously for them, that's just not the direction they're going. That's not the tone they wanted to go for. Um,
just extra,
yeah, it would have just
I
been
suppose.
it was just been there for the sake of being there. So they're not looking to do that. So
Meaning
that
more to
won't be
do as
there.
well, you know?
Exactly. So, but the theme that we saw there where it looked like there was this, bigger story taking place. Well, that's where they're kind of harking back to the idea that they're bringing it more in line with the first game
Good.
in that sense, where they're bringing back the emotion, right? So
Beautiful.
that was something that was there. But
That's
I think
the
overall,
substance, right?
yeah, I think overall the way you look at that trailer is that it was just an announcement trailer. It
Essentially,
was just
yeah.
letting you know that the game was being worked on, that the game was being made. He said that there was probably 5 of them working on State of Decay 3 at the time that trailer dropped.
Wow.
Um
See, that's why it's so and it's funny, and I don't know how um you guys feel. I don't know how you feel, Hargy, about the idea of presenting, like showing a game so early that you're kind of in this situation where you're like, okay, well, where's the game? And you feel like it's been going on forever. Um, and look at what took place here. They only had like 5 people working on the game at the time, and they kind of put this together, and some of the elements that were there are not going to be there anymore because it was kind of like just ideas that they were messing around with that didn't work out in the end. How do you guys feel about that?
Huggy, you go ahead. You go first.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason they did that was they needed to show a roadmap, right? They had just come out of a generation where they were kind of sparse on first-party games, and they were finally like starting to show that, hey, we have games coming. Here they are. And I think they've since kind of fixed that, right? Your point is well taken. This game was announced a long time ago, and it's finally maybe going to start showing at a potential release in the next year or two. And the reason is simply they just needed to show, hey, we will have games for this platform. Please buy our next generation console. But that is not the case anymore. Now they have so many studios that this is no longer a problem. They can hold stuff back and they can tell us when it's about to come out because they just don't need to do that anymore, right? Like generally now it's going to be within a year to two. We'll probably get like 2 years out a teaser that, hey, this is coming. And then a year out, you'll get like an actual or within a year, right? You'll get an actual, here's the gameplay, and this is coming out, the next 7 to 10 months or 12 months, or something like that, right? But yeah, that I think is why they did that, is they needed to show we do have games. Here they are. Here's what's coming. And of course, then they went and bought ABK, right? Like that just added
Yeah,
so
I
much
know. It's
So-
less of why they did it and how do you feel about when these situations happen?
Yeah, I don't like hearing about things that far out. I don't care, but what I don't like is the perception of the the people who have no like the deficit, and they're like, why isn't this game out? You talked about it. It's been 10 minutes. It's like, that's kind of not how it works. And sometimes you just have to let things cook, and like, you'll eventually get the game, right? So there's a lot of that. Like I don't have FOMO, so for me it's not an issue. I'm okay with waiting. Like you told me a game's coming, cool, right? And it'd be great when it comes out. Sometimes that doesn't work out. A la Everwild, for instance, they told us about that, told us again about that, and it didn't get anywhere, and it went away. One that's very disappointing is Perfect Dark, right? That seems to be coming somewhere, but then not really. That was all fake. It didn't really have any substance behind it, and turned out that had to go away as well, right? But again, that was also announced very, very early. We didn't get to a point where it was solidified, and now they had to kind of give you a, hey, it's still around kind of thing, and then that turned out to not be quite the case. Probably would have been better to not even know about that thing until it was really ready to come out, and then we wouldn't have all this like hoopla about it. But generally, I think it's better to say it's closer to when you're about to release. And then telling us years and years and years, like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ahead of time. Here's another one, Elder Scrolls 6. They told us about that in 2018. It was a long time ago, right? And it's finally like getting somewhere. We might get that game in the next 2 to 3. Elder Scrolls 6.
Oh yeah, but see, like that one even was the same thing that you're talking about, where it was like they did that because they were announcing that they were making Starfield, and they were afraid of people like giving them a blowback, like, oh, you're not gonna make the game I actually want, which is Elder Scrolls. So they just kind of put that out there. But
hey, it's here. Don't worry about it.
yeah, exactly. Like, we're still making it. It's okay, guys.
Yeah.
Don't cry.
Don't freak out.
Don't freak out. Not to answer your question, for me, I've been kind of saying it. For me, I like when we do have a roadmap, but not like I don't need one for 5 to 6 years. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I like knowing that, now that State of Decay is coming, but we know it for so long.
Mhm.
But I like knowing that like Blade is coming in the next year or two, right? Like I like knowing that something like that is cooking and is coming. What I don't want is Microsoft to give us like, hey, we just started working on this game. Check it out.
Yeah.
No, I want, hey, we're years into development of this game. The game is fire, is cooking. We're just making it better and better and better. We'll show it to you now, it has another couple years maybe of development, but that's probably less about it needs that time and more about we have so many games releasing already next year and the year after that that we really don't need to rush this one out, right? Like
Yeah,
shit like
something a
that is
bit
cool.
more concrete, right?
Yeah,
It
yeah, yeah.
feels like it wouldn't be in a situation where, okay, well, we showed you this, but that's not gonna actually be there, or like the game is actually not gonna be making it out, like Everwild or Perfect Dark, right? So I think that's the balance with that,
Agreed.
where there should be a little more info on it, where it should be a little more solid.
Yeah, and you know, to your point, when it comes to that type of stuff, you know, when a game takes that long and then it gets canceled, it really doesn't bother me because like
Mhm.
that was something that clearly, like, I understand that they did that because they had to fill a gap. And honestly, let me I'll tell you this. If ABK didn't get bought, if they didn't have the immense amount of high quality games that they have now,
Oh, that's a whole
then they
different
would have they
situation,
actually
yeah.
I'm almost assured, like I'm almost sure they would have released an Everwild. They would have released a Perfect Dark. They would have released
It's the
this other one.
standard of gaming in games, that the
Yeah.
quality that they are now at a different level.
Yep.
So they
100%.
don't want a Redfall, they don't want any hiccups out there that can potentially damage their look.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they want like that was I mean, we joked about it and we say it all the time, but you know, Redfall was the last time they ever released something that was genuinely questionable,
Yeah.
right? That people kind of had a thing with. But like after that, they kept hitting at a consistent high bar, right? Every genre they went into, they always made a very high quality game. And they produced some of the best pieces of gaming this generation. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. They Xbox and their studios have done that. Starfield being one of them, right? Um Starfield was amazing, right? And now it's going to actually get that type of a burn, right? Now people are gonna say it's amazing. Now when those reviews come in at fucking 9s and 10s and shit, they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, it was so amazing." It's and then
How come no one told us?
the stupid ass like the pony bots are gonna be crying because the ponies are gonna say, "Thank you for beta testing it for us."
Mhm.
Like this is the
The
way
cycle.
yeah, this is the cycle, and it's kind of ridiculous. Um, but yeah, either way, um, yes, this is something that um although it's been a long time, State of Decay is not canceled. It is going to release. It is coming out. Um, and it is going to be something that is awesome. And I love the fact that they went ahead and they're doing the alpha, which proves that they want to make sure that when this thing launches, they're going to launch in a fantastic shape. And that's one of the other things I didn't even mention it that he brought up, where this is the best looking game, is going to be the best playing game, and is going to be the game that's most polished. So I
Perfect.
I think the game is so big, what they're doing is they're just not saving all the polish to the end. I think they're kind of building and polishing the pieces that are gonna be in place that are already ready to go and just kind of keep that rolling because again, the guy was pretty adamant that although things obviously have to get working, um, when he first started it in the beginning, which was about a year ago, a little over a year ago, part of that project console council where he's a content creator, but you know, they have him in there, you know, giving his feedback. He said that when he first started playing it, he was very worried. He said he was very, very worried with how the game was, the state that it was in. But the guy had to remind him, like, yeah, when these games are coming in, like when you're playing a game that's in active development,
Mhm.
right?
Well,
So
that's the whole point, right? To go ahead and kind of see what's missing and see what you need to work on. The feedback is to go ahead and kind of focus on what you need to be doing, but um or what the players are seeing that they're not happy with. But yeah, I mean, it's great that they went ahead and took the time to kind of do this and good on, you know, I forget, I didn't hear the beginning part, but whoever was doing this to
the
not come
guy, I
out
don't. It's like
here,
Sunny. His name
because
was like
it's
Sunny
a
something.
lot of people love a spotlight at any cost, and they're willing to like go ahead and take anything down or anyone down just to go ahead and have that bit of a moment. So good on him for kind of just doing what you had to do and not coming out here talking crap. 'Cause he would've,
Facts.
I mean, obviously, considering the condition in which they wanna release, and it seems like they're going to release State of Decay 3, he would've looked pretty stupid.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. You gotta also remember that the guy who, the founder of the studio, also left. Jeff Strain, I think his name was something Strain. So obviously there was a shakeup
Yeah,
at some point, where maybe his version was going to be more along the lines of
in
what
the beginning,
the
yeah.
trailer was, and then maybe that just didn't go together, and they got it out. So
I mean, yeah, when things like that happen, you kind of have to know that that comes with consequences, right? Changes will be made.
yeah, 100%, 100%. Hargeet, what do you think about State of Decay? Obviously there's a pretty big update here, pretty big announcement. Obviously this is one of those kind of those games that we've been waiting for, right? Like that we've been waiting for a while, and it's one of those off in the distance games that we were always thinking, all right, is it 2026? Is it 2027? You know, what do you feel about the update? Is it exciting to you? Are you a fan of State of Decay? Where you kind of sit with it?
I've played a little bit of State of Decay. I'm not like a huge fan of it. It's fine. At least it's co-op. I don't like multiplayer online crap, right? But so it at least is co-op. So yeah, it's something that I would certainly play. Again, it's gonna be a Game Pass, right? So no issues there. I just have access. Anybody in my friend circle wants to play, we can always just play, right? So yeah, I'll give it a shot. But it's not one of my top games. I'm not usually into the zombie type games anyway. So and usually like horror genre type things, and this maybe not considered that, but it's kind of in that vein. Are like, nah, okay. Uh, so I've played it a bit. It was okay. Had a little fun with it, and then it wasn't like Grounded for some reason for me. I actually like Grounded more, but anyway, um,
Sounds is so
yeah,
good.
it's yeah, and so like I don't know. So I'll certainly give it a chance though. But I know there's like a following for this thing, right? There are a lot of people who still play State of Decay 1 and 2. So I'm sure it'll still have its fan base. So good luck to the team. But yeah, for me, it's like it's okay. It's good to hear that there's some stuff going on though, right? It actually they're trying to test it, that make sure that it'll actually work well. That's great. That's good stuff, right? That usually we hear about teething problems every time, right? There's some weird issues because they didn't play test enough, and they have to kind of do patches immediately. So that's good that they're doing all that now, and they're doing some alpha runs to make sure that they get through all the bugs as much as they can. I'm sure there will still be
Yeah.
more when it comes out, but hey, that's not bad. That's a pretty good thing to do.
100%. Yeah. I mean, there'll be things here and there, but for the most part, they're being proactive when it comes to, things that may pop up, and it should be, as good of a version as they can get out, right?
Agreed. Well, especially with again, kind of where
Yeah.
Xbox is with this, right? Like their bar is pretty high for their games that they're making. They're giving them the money and the time to make these games right. So, for State of Decay, they really can't afford to fuck this up. It has been a long time in the public, view. Like
I mean,
people
there's
knew
been
of this game. It's
yeah,
been
and
waiting for a long
it's
time.
been yeah, there's been a wait. So you can't show up with a bunch of hiccups. You have to go ahead and make sure you deliver. That's going to be a big deal for them, though, right? And like Hagi said, why not, right? It's in Game Pass. So even if it's not your type of game necessarily, why not check it out? Why not see if you like that particular one? You may have not enjoyed the first one. You may enjoy, you know, the next one.
I mean, State of Decay is low key like pretty big. You know what I'm saying? Like they go ahead and they keep that game running. Like the reason why there wasn't that many people working on State of Decay 3 was because they were still working on State of Decay 2. I don't know if you guys remember, but they literally did like an entire um like graphical upgrade to the game. Like foundationally, not like oh, there's a stronger piece of hardware, so let's make it for that. No, like they literally did a big renovation of the graphics of that game, and they added so many updates to it, like a whole bunch of different pieces of content. So they are they know that when they build these games, they're in it for the long haul. They're not gonna, you know, release it and then disappear. You know what I'm saying? This is a game that they're going to support for a long
Yeah.
time. So it's important for them to come out the gate the right way, especially in this world that we're in, right? You rarely get a second chance, man. Like you come out and you either take off or you're dead in the water.
Oh, 100%. There's plenty, out there for people to move on to the next.
100%. 100%. Uh Speaking of moving on to the next, another game that we had a nice little update from is, well, my favorite fucking game in all time, and, you know, maybe not the game, but the franchise for sure. Favorite franchise of all time, that's right, Halo. Halo Campaign Evolve had a leak, um, and it's from, what's his name? Mr. Rebs Gaming or whatever. He's, like, hardcore into finding out about stuff with Halo. And Jez or Windows Central put a report up with it. So let me hold on. Why can't I share this? Are you being a bitch? I think it is being a bitch. Okay, let's try again. Let's do that, and then do that, and then do that. Here we go. There we go. What the? How am I gonna press the button and then press cancel instead of share? Ain't that some shit? Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Done. All right. But everything that I said was for nothing because the timestamp is all fucked up now. So I'm gonna go ahead and fix that right here. Okay. So Halo Campaign Evolved had a huge leak, and we're gonna read about it here. You obviously know the Halo Campaign Evolved is gonna be, I mean, it's essentially gonna be my most anticipated game of the year. Um, It's Halo, right? I love living in that world. I love being in that world. The game looks amazing. It's so stunning. I mean, you just look at this, just this one little piece of art right here. Just look at how he's look at you. Like, bro, this has to be 100% saved, right? Like, there's no other way. Gotta save it because holy shit, is it beautiful? Let me save that right there. Beautiful. Yeah, this is fire, man. Fucking Halo. All right, new Halo League claims the campaign is content complete, but the customization details raise bigger questions. A new report suggests Halo Campaign Evolved is now playable from start to finish, with customization systems expanding beyond armor into weapon skins and redesigned Mark 5 variants. So looks like, you know, we saw that Fanta. I don't know if you saw it, baby girl, but Microsoft Xbox is doing a deal with Fanta.
I didn't see it.
Okay, well, one of them is a Halo one, and if you buy it, it has a special outfit that you can play in Halo Campaign Evolved, which is dope.
Sweet.
Yeah, which I gotta find it. Um, but yes, so they're doing that. All right. He says in the latest report from Mr. Rebs, who has released a flurry of reports on Halo campaign Evolved recently and is considered a rather reliable source, has now detailed new information regarding the game's customization system and more. After Halo Studios confirmed the game will not feature a shop, following concerns tied to the Master Chief skin revealed through the Fanta partnership, we now have a clearer idea of how deep customization may go, along with a hint at how far along development currently is. All right. According to Mr. Rebs, Master Chief will have a skin system that allows players to customize his appearance with armor sets based on his Mark V armor, but reshaped and redesigned to look different. That's interesting because I feel like I gotta play with his regular skin the first time through, right?
Agree.
Like I don't think I can be dressed up. I need to experience the right way. But he says we already have confirmation of armor skins through the Fanta partnership revealed for Xbox's 25th anniversary. But Mr. Reeves now also states that the game will feature weapon skins as well. Fortunately, the game will not include a shop. This suggests, or at least raises the possibility, that these cosmetics are unlocked through gameplay, or so I hope, whether that is completing the game on Legendary, earning commendations, or through other promotions. Um, Mr. Reeves also revisits his earlier report on Halo Campaign Evolved reusing Halo Infinite assets, with one of his sources claiming that while this is true, some assets are being subtly changed. Alongside this report is confirmation that the game is practically content complete and currently playable from start to finish, including the 3 additional prequel missions detailed previously by Mr. Rebs. According to the latest report, the game is expected to be showcased further at Xbox's June showcase on June 7th. Goddamn, it's going down. Okay, so number one, Halo content complete. They can go ahead, release like they can play the whole game through. That means for sure we're locked in, probably for a summer release, I would imagine. Um, so that is dope. Okay, that's dope. Very excited for that. I will say what this sounds like to me, and I don't know all my Halo Infinite fans who might be rocking out with us. Um, what this sound like to me is that they're gonna probably do similar to Halo Infinite. And if you remember in Halo Infinite, there was like drops around the world that you can find that would unlock cosmetics. So, I mean, it's very possible that they just add a bunch of, hidden shit in the world for you to find, um, which would be dope as fuck. I mean, I'll be happy as shit to be able to go and have more of a reason to explore. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go find these things that are going to be able to, on the second playthrough or whatever you want, or maybe when you're playing co-op or whatever, you can have these different armors. I guess you know what it might be? It might be a play on the idea that when you play the original, if you played it in co-op, it was just a carbon copy of Master Chief. You're just 2 Master Chiefs running around in the world. So maybe this is their way of being like, okay, you're gonna have co-op in the game. In the world we live today, people like to, you know, go ahead and make their customization choices for how their characters look at shit. Maybe this is just their way of being like, hey, when you wake up, if you have another outfit, you can wear that so you're not identical to them. I don't know. That sounds really, really dope to me. Um, I mean, obviously for me, anything like this is exciting to hear. This is going to be a phenomenal experience. I really can't wait for June showcase. I really hope. Oh man, how amazing would it be if it was playable at June showcase? You know what I'm saying? At Summer Games Fest or wherever the fuck they might put it. Um, that would be insane. Goddamn, that's fire. What do you think, Kargi? I know you're also a Halo fan. Game's coming along. Looks like we're gonna see it at Showcase. What did you fuck with the finding those things in Halo Infinite when you were playing it?
I think I found everything. I think we found like everything that they allowed in Halo Infinite. So,
Nice.
as far as cosmetics, it's not usually something I really care about. However, I will say it is kind of convenient to have that in a co-op game where everybody doesn't look the same. It would be nice to be able to differentiate. Hey, that look. Oh, I know that's that person. Oh, that look. I know that's that person. Right. And that way, when you're playing, you can you can tell who's who. Right. No, it'll probably have their name above whatever. Right. But it's just clean and easy. Oh, that like color armor, our armor stat different. Whatever. Okay, that's that person. Right. I kind of like that. And it's a slight difference from the original, right? It's not like it's a massive departure. It's a slight difference. They're going to modernize a few things, right? And that's cool. This is just one of them, right? The question is it entirely free? Is it really like that where you just unlock based on you accomplish something, you beat a boss in legendary mode or something like whatever it is, right? Whatever the accomplishment is, that will unlock these things. We will find out, right? We'll find that out. But I actually kind of like it because it allows people to kind of vary a little bit, so everybody isn't just a literal, as you were saying, carbon copy of each other, and you're all playing the same game together. It's like, well, who was the one that was doing this? It's like, so now you have some differentiation. This is not multiplayer in the sense of PvP or firefight. This is just co-op campaign, which is great. So it'll hopefully have that little bit of differentiation. I hope they actually give you some right off the bat. It'd be really nice to be able to just like have different color variations or something like that, right? That'd be kind of cool, right? So we'll see what they do with it.
Maybe in
but yeah.
co-op. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe if you're launching in co-op, the second player gets to pick a variation
a different color
right
or
off the
something,
rip.
right? That'd be awesome. Like, so yeah, we'll see.
And it's not only the design of the character, but it's also weapon skins, and literally the armor itself changing, not just a color. You know what I'm saying? So there are multiple things that they're doing, that is going to be able to allow you to customize the experience. So, I mean, fucking Halo, bro. It's funny because Starfield is getting its moment now. I cannot wait till Halo gets into the hands of these people who've been shitting on Halo for so long, and they finally get to see what the fuck this shit has been about. Halo is one of those franchises that deserves to be as big as the Call of Duties of the world. In fact, it was bigger than all those games in its time. But then as things got wider and more stuff like that, then all of a sudden, it doesn't really have the same prominent position that it had once before, right? Um, and it deserves it. And that's the difference, right? Because what became clear is that multi-platform games are the games that go ahead and fucking are the ones that are known to the world, right? Those are the ones that make the marks. Those are the ones that everybody wants to play and keep playing. Um, and Halo deserves that type of respect put on his name because that's fucking Halo is the shit. I can't wait for this fucking new version of this, man. This Unreal Engine 5 high fidelity version. I hope to God that they give me a DLSS 5 fucking one for this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man, that's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. This is gonna be phenomenal. Uh look, I guess we will revisit the Halo conversation, and the excitement that's going to come from it when we find out in June, unless something else leaks. But we're so close, right? Like it's April, May, June, boom, we're there. So it's beginning. So it's less than 2 months away, right? Like, matter of fact, what's today? Today's the 4th. It's not less than 2 months away. It's almost exactly. Tomorrow will be 2 months away before Summer Games Fest kicks off. So 2 months from like tomorrow, we'll be out there getting ready. Oh my god, fucking Halo. Look at this shit. Look at this screenshot. It looks beautiful. Oh man, this is gonna be crazy. You're gonna hear a lot of shit about Halo from me. as more and more comes out, man. It's gonna be fucking sick, bro. Oh my god. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Listen, these games weren't the only games that were that have a little moment out here that is keeping the hype train for Xbox going. No, there is another little tidbit of a game that is coming that let's see if I have it. Yep. Now, to be fair, I don't know exactly where this came from. It sounds like, you know, somebody somewhere kind of shared this. And it might be probably from like Reset Era or somewhere like that. But look, again, the excitement train keeps rolling. So let me take this real quick. Hold
I'm
on.
back.
So wait. Maybe you back? You excited for Halo?
Dude, that screenshot looks freaking insane. It's wild. Yeah, yeah, this is gonna be a crazy year for Xbox. For Game Pass, that's just gonna be crazy. And
Facts.
just early access alone, I just don't know who's gonna wait for the games. Like, you just gotta pay up.
Yeah.
You gotta pay up for that early access.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
sure they'll
see
do early access and
yeah, I don't see anybody kind of holding off. Like, I think everyone has that in mind. It's like, all right, Game Pass, and then,
yeah, I
just
feel that.
early access whenever I can.
I feel that.
But yeah, this is I agree with you. I stepped aside, but I listened to bits and pieces. I do agree with the when you're playing more multiplayer,
The
just
customization.
yeah, I agree with that. Just like a secondary color, but you know, I mean, you'll be chief. There's no changing that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's definitely gonna be something I'm gonna look forward to playing through with you um when it drops. It's
Gonna
gonna be
be
a
dope.
banger for sure. Um, but again, it's not the only thing that's keeping us rolling on this hype train. I was very excited to see this. I don't know if you are as well, but did you see this? Hargeet Blade is rumored
Ooh, very
to
nice.
be at the showcase. Now, I don't necessarily believe the other part per se, not that it's not possible, it's just unlikely. Um, they I know they're obsessed with the idea of the game. Hold on, there we go. Being exclusive. So Mustafa, this guy puts Marvel Blade will get a gameplay showcase at the Xbox Showcase exclusively on Xbox PC 2026. Um, I don't think that game's dropping in 20. Is he suggesting that the game's dropping in 2026?
I'm guessing it's
That
the
will be
showcase.
wild.
I doubt it, right?
Yeah,
That will be wild.
I think there's no chance.
No, I don't think so. That would be crazy, but I mean, that'd be pretty freaking exciting. But I doubt it.
Yeah, it's unlikely, not impossible,
Not
but
impossible,
unlikely.
unlikely to happen, but I mean, that would be freaking I mean, we would be pretty pumped.
100%, 100%. Yeah, I mean, Deathloop released in 2021, right? I'm pretty sure it was
Um,
2021.
I can double check.
That Deathloop released. That was their last game. And then I guess in 2022 it came to Xbox. Um, but
Yes, September 14th, 2021.
okay,
And
yeah,
then, September 20th, 2022.
yeah, it was a year later.
Yep, a year
Yep.
later.
Yeah, so they went ahead and they released, 2021. So, by the time this fall were to happen, it will be 5 years, which honestly, it's not that
It's not far-fetched.
it's not really far-fetched, right? Like it can.
You've convinced us. Thank you.
I mean, right? Like, am I wrong? Like, I feel like
You're
the
not
time
wrong. But it doesn't seem likely because
because we have so many other big bangers
so
coming
many
out this
other
year.
I'm trying to think. When do we see OD?
Man, OD. I
When
think that was 2022, right, or 2023.
Yeah, because that's what, next year?
The thing about OD is that shit has been in development forever. Because that shit was back when what's the name? Google Stadia
Yes.
was still kicking around.
But
And
that's not coming out this year either.
OD?
Yeah.
No.
No. So
I don't think so.
it's like,
I mean, but maybe it is. Is that a possibility? I don't know. There's big chances here. Like there's very real chance that we're gonna get some surprise announcements for games later this year. You know what I'm saying? Like
I think Blade will be one of those games that I'm not sure many would be expecting. If it dropped this year, that many will be expecting that for that to happen.
well, if you drop it this year, then you're looking at an epic battle.
Battle
battle of
against
Marvel.
Wolverine? That would be
Blade versus Wolverine.
crazy. That would be crazy. I mean, I'm here for it.
I mean, that would be pretty insane.
That would be I will love that. I will love that.
That would be
I mean, who
pretty
wouldn't?
insane. Wow.
I'm just saying that would be pretty freaking dope. But I mean, I didn't think that it would be coming out this soon. But listen,
I mean, if
it
we
would
had
be an epic
Blade
battle.
coming this year too, jeez Louise. There's too many games.
I
man.
mean, but the time kind of lines up, right? Like
The time
it's
lines
not
up. That's the only reason why
unfeasible.
I'm entertained. Because at first I was like, "There's no way," but
Do we have the date of when they did reveal Blade to us when we saw that trailer?
let me double check.
It was the same as OD, right? Was it 22?
Yeah, that's why I asked about OD, but that has been in development from what we know for much longer. But you know,
Did you find the time, baby?
I'm looking right now.
Because
2022, I guess. No, that can't be right.
The Game Awards on December 7th, 2023.
Oh, 2023.
Yeah.
Okay, so that it would only
Yeah, there
be
it is.
3 years roughly since they revealed it to us
Mm-hmm.
for it to be released later this year. But obviously, I would assume it was being worked on before then, but not by much, right? Because
OD was on that same year, that same.
you figure they
show.
wrapped
Same show.
2021, right? They launched Deathloop. Then, from there, I'm sure they already started working on Blade, but like in the background because they had the other team getting it ready for Xbox the following year, getting Deathloop ready for Xbox. So, yeah, I mean, it's not hard to see that they probably had about a year of development before they revealed it with that CG trailer. I keep forgetting that they're making this game. And it's going to be interesting because like Blade, like we have no idea how this game's going to play. We know that it's supposed to be third person. But they don't make those games, or they haven't made those games before. Right? I don't think there's any game that Arcane has made that I know of in the recent years that they've been releasing games, like their recent games have all been first person, right? There's not even a toggle, right, to go to third person. So, but this is supposed to be a third person action type game.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of unknowns with this, man. There's a lot of unknowns. They have the potential to really fucking blow our minds. Like I can definitely see this game being shown again at E3. You know what I'm saying? At the summer
Yeah.
showcase. Like I definitely could see that happening. I just don't know if it'll release this year. If not this year, definitely next year though.
Definitely next year. But yeah, I wasn't thinking of a possibility of dropping this year, but I mean, it'll be pretty dope.
I think so. I think it would be good. I mean, as far as you're concerned, Hargeet, what do you think about Blade making not only an appearance but possibly launching sometime this
Well,
year?
if they go by their norm, like so they usually show something a couple of years before it's launching, and then they give you more in a dev direct or something like that, right? So I could see this coming out in a couple of years, right? Maybe it's next year, maybe it's the year after or something like that. But look, like they need to have a good launch lineup for tentatively what we understand to be Helix coming out next year. Is this a good launch game? Yeah, it sounds like it would be kind of a cool launch game. Elder Scrolls 6 would be another cool launch game, right? But they have to have some things that'll pull you in, right? And having a Marvel IP like that might be kind of cool, right? To have, hey, this is launching on Helix. Of course, it'll come to the other generation as well, no problem, right? But it'll launch on Helix and will look best on Helix and all that stuff, right? And you're thinking about like DLSS 5. Remember, they're going to have neural rendering and Helix. Maybe this will take advantage of that. Maybe it won't. But just things like that, right? So at this point, I think this year is too loaded to start adding even this on top of it. It just seems like it's too much. I like the reveal, just like E-Day. We got the reveal, and then a couple of years later, it's now finally materializing. It's coming out. Cool, right? I think that's a good pattern, and I hope that's kind of what they're doing here. You get a bit more of a reveal. We got a reveal sort of in a couple of comic-like looking things, right? It wasn't really a full game reveal. So now that was more of a tease, and now we're going to get a reveal, right? And hopefully they'll show some of the core gameplay mechanics and stuff like that, and then leave it, right? And say, okay, here we go. We'll show more when we're ready to actually launch this thing, or maybe it's even more of just like a in-game cinematic, right? Like a la E-Day, right? That in-game cinematic, right? Like maybe that's what they show us. Cool. Let's see that, and then we'll see you again in a year and a half or something like that, right? Maybe you'll be ready for a dev direct or something like that. I don't know. I don't know where they're going to end up with that, but I just don't want them to release it because like the problem they have this year is GTA 6, and there's a big gravity well around GTA 6. If that comes out, you don't really want to put too many games out next to it. You kind of want to let them breathe. And I just for the sake of the game, I want it to have its own room. And they already have Fable to come out. They already have Call of Duty to come out. Right, E-Day to come out, which we now know is going to happen. Right, they have the direct that's happening. Right, and it's like okay, and you have Halo that you have to push somewhere, and and there might be other little games here and there, and you're like, okay, how many games can you fit in? State of Decay 3 looks like it's ready to roll. Right, it looks like it's essentially ready to roll. That should probably be pushed out to like early calendar year next year, just so it has room to not get trampled by their own other games, let alone other third-party games and big games like GTA. I'm happy to see it. I want to see where they are. That's going to be awesome. But I would prefer it's next year or the year after. And I really want them to start looking at that launch lineup window, right? So that you have a lot of good games coming out end of the 2027 calendar year into 2028. With that 6 months, you're just going to get game after game after game, like month after month. There's going to be stuff coming out. That's kind of what they need to do. So let's see what they do there. But this is the problem they're running into, right? They just so many games, and they have to now release them at some point, right? It's like, oh, well, why don't we just delay Fable? Like, dude, they probably have 7-8 games lined up for next year that they're like, oh, we have to delay some of these to 2028, even though they're done. That's the way it is, right? It's just the world we're in now. They have so much content, and it can't run over each other, let alone third parties that would run over them, right? So, yeah, I'm happy to see it. I'd love to see what they've done with this. Great studio, right? They've done some great work. I've loved most of their games. So I'm looking forward to what they do here. We will see what they pull off, but I hope it's not coming up this year. I don't want to. They have enough games to cover. Let's get those out of the way. I want my Fable,
the
damn
way,
it.
the way they set up this year, you know, they did the traditional, you know, backload of first party games, right? We are going to get, you know, Kiln relatively soon. We are going to get
Forza,
Forza
yeah,
Horizon
Forza Horizon.
6,
Yep.
you know, next month. So we are getting something, but this feels familiar to me like when Hellblade came
Mm-hmm.
out. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Where it's like you really didn't get a big bang until May. Um, and that's cool because we got big bangs in gaming. And this is where Xbox, this is like the man, it's so crazy when you think about it, right? When you like literally just look at what they're doing and how they have found a way to take ownership of games that they don't release by creating an exciting thing for it that us Xbox fans get. For instance, Crimson Desert, one of the biggest games that are out there right now. Tons of talk about it. Actually, I want to talk about it separately in a little bit because it's crazier. Like the game is bigger. Like I gotta. All right, this is gonna sound crazy, but this is like Rockstar levels of content that were put into this game. I'm not saying the execution of it, like how Rockstar handles things, but like
I
the amount
understand. Yeah.
of content and the type of content that is in this game is insane, right? And we'll talk. I do want to talk about separately because there's a few things I want to show you guys that blow my fucking mind. But nonetheless, they took a game like Crimson Desert that is a third party game that stiff-armed PlayStation who was trying to make it an exclusive, and they made it more exciting for us Xbox fans because it's an Xbox Play Anywhere title. So if you buy the game once, now all of a sudden I also have it on my PC. So I don't have to make that choice, right? Like I am right now struggling with Resident Evil because I got it on the Xbox, but like it's a whole different game on PC, and I kind of feel like I don't want to progress further because I want to play it on PC. Does that make
I
sense?
get
Like
that.
I want to
Yeah.
experience it with the path tracing and everything, and I don't want to go back. Like this is like Cyberpunk all over again. But at least Cyberpunk was a little delayed with their path tracing and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't all at the same time. So when I beat it, it was okay. And then afterwards it came out. But this is already here. And it's like, God damn it. But with Crimson Desert, we get it. One game purchase, it's there. They fill us with not only Xbox Play Anywhere games, right? Because that is a actually I think what's his name? Stein put out a pretty I don't know where he went. He put out a little list that I saw and I was like, yeah, that shit was yeah, here we go. So, yeah, Absalom. So if you think about just the month that they had, they did Absalom, Xbox Play Anywhere, Crimson Desert, Xbox Play Anywhere, Disco Elysium, Xbox Play Anywhere, Dome Keeper, Xbox Play Anywhere, Final Fantasy 3, Xbox Play Anywhere, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Xbox Play Anywhere, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, Xbox Play Anywhere, and Resident Evil. It looks like Village or Resident Evil 7. They did Xbox Play Anywhere, right? Like this is just what they did, right? Like they just took these games that are not like exclusive or have any deal with them outside of bringing more value to your purchase if you're an Xbox fan, right? You buy the game once, you get it anywhere. This is not only PC but cloud and all that other fun stuff, right? Like it's a huge deal. But then they go on top of that and they give you Game Pass, right? And Game Pass just keeps getting better and better and better. Shit, we just on Thursday we doing it live and I played Super Meat Boy 3D. And goddamn is that shit amazing. It is so good. So good, so fun. It's insane. It's insane how good it is. And this is just boom, part of our subscription. So what Xbox has done, and to be fair, they've done it in the past, but I feel like it's just so many now that it's not just these one-off games here and there that you remember. There's so many in a month now that are released that they found a way to make it where, yeah, they didn't release first party, but they still gave Xbox fans or people who are in the Xbox ecosystem benefits throughout these months while we've been waiting for a first party game to drop, right? Like
I
that's
think
a
the
huge win.
conversation is also important because it's not made into a big deal where it is a big deal. Um,
100%.
so I think that it's important to acknowledge the good that they do, right?
Yeah, I mean it's a big deal. So, uh we have all of that given to us, and then they go ahead and they give us the first party. And yes, we're getting two first party games before June. And I would say these are both two very good games. Forza Horizon obviously is going to be a monster, right? Like there's no question is going to do crazy numbers, is going to be amazing experience. But Kiln, don't sleep on Kiln. Kiln is a fun little game. Um, and I think that it's going to find its little audience of people who dig it and have fun with it. But then that's it. Then we're off to the fucking races because everything else is scheduled for the back end of the year. And this is excluding games that we know Xbox is gonna announce more games for the end of this year. It's almost a certainty. They've done it every time. So one of the games that word on the street we were gonna be getting is an Oblivion style remake of Fallout 3. So if you think about June Showcase coming out, having an onslaught of all those games, right? Then between somewhere in July and August, you have to imagine Halo's going to drop, right? I would say August is probably likely because it's not going to be November. They would be stupid to put it next to Grand Theft Auto, right? And then you have Fable, which is already announced as a fall game, so that's more than likely your October game. You have or late September. You have Call of Duty. You have Gears of War, which is the headliner, by the way, is the headliner for the June showcase,
As it should be.
as it should be, right? Excitement levels are super high for that. I mean, where are they going to stick all this shit? November is owned by Grand Theft. Do you agree? Does anybody think that they're going to release one of these games alongside Grand Theft?
I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
Really?
I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. I mean, we've had our conversations about Grand Theft here, and based on the chat, I mean, Grand Theft, it's not for everyone, right? And just because Grand Theft Auto's out, it doesn't mean that people don't need a palate cleanse or that some people don't gravitate towards something else rather than Grand Theft Auto. You're also not thinking about the fact that, Grand Theft Auto's not in Game Pass. So potentially, especially around that time of year, you know, people may be willing to hold off and go ahead and play what they have available to them for what they already pay for.
I
Um,
mean, I don't doubt that it would like people would obviously love it, right? And people who don't like that will be able to go play that. I just think that these titles that Xbox are releasing right now are such heavy hitters
mhm.
that even though they're huge heavy hitters, you don't want to go toe to toe with the headline game when these can shine on their own. Like they're big enough and hype enough that people are going to be hyping them up. But Grand Theft just has fucking 10, 12 years of people waiting for the next Grand Theft. So like headline wise, it's going to be hard to like basically what's happening right now with Crimson Desert is that everybody's posting shit that they're finding because it's one of those types of games that nothing is laid out for you. Nobody knows what they haven't found yet for Crimson Desert.
Yeah.
So that game is constantly having people come out and showing fun new things. And again, we're going to talk about it separately, but like it just has so much to it, right? So it's kind of like taking over timelines. Like every few fucking posts, I'm seeing people post something from Crimson Desert. Just because there's so much cool shit that's happening there. That times 100 is going to be Grand Theft Auto. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's gonna just own the timeline. So I think it would be really rough for them to drop a game in November. You know, some may argue that you could do it like the first week in November, get out right before Grand Theft, and you know, that's fine, I guess. I don't know if they would do that. But I just feel like you look at the rest of the time, you really only have December, which I don't think any of these games are going to be December games. And then August, September, and October. 3 months. I feel like July is probably not going to have anything happen. Um, I mean, do you guys? I mean, am I crazy? Do you
I
think?
mean,
Do you
agree to
feel like that?
disagree. But you know, it is what it is. But I do think that, you know, they can hold their own.
Yeah.
And again, around that time of year, unless you are just going crazy about it and can't control yourself, I mean, I think some people would be okay waiting.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
So I'll say that one game is going to, no matter what, because it comes out around that time anyway. And that would be Call of Duty. It's going to come out near that, within that 1 month before, 1 month after window that everybody keeps saying you should just stay away. Call of Duty is likely going to release within a month of, so it's going to be like a few weeks before GTA 6 comes out. It's just kind of its normal thing. It's usually end of October or beginning of November. It's going to fit in that window. And hopefully it does not matter because it's Call of Duty. Yes, last year's was kind of a bum. It was that game really did kind of just stink. I guess the multiplayer might be cool, right? But I played the campaign and was very, very annoyed. So I just uninstalled that crap. I'm like, you guys screwed this up. I'm hoping that's not what happens with the next one. But that is going to have to somehow contend with it. And I think it can because it is Call of Duty. I think it will do its own thing. But it is going to get hit somewhat. No way around that. That's fine. Some people will overlap. But yeah, I think Call of Duty is coming out at that time, no matter what. Everything else, I think they're going to try to stay away from it. That it just may not be feasible, right? So we will see what happens. But to your point, there's only so many months left, right? So that Fanta ad, though, right? The Fanta campaign, whatever. Doesn't that end in July? Does that end in July? I think it ends in July.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't noticed that.
Yeah, I think that campaign ends in July. The Fanta, the soda thing, whatever, the tie-in with Halo. So if that ends in July, maybe that game comes out in July. Maybe. Be awesome is it just freaking drops during the June showcase. Like playable today. There you go.
That would be wild.
That would be awesome. But you know,
That would
hey,
be real
anything's
wild.
possible, right? This isn't a new thing. We've played this all before, right? So this is kind of like a us going back to something that's familiar. So they could just do that. They could just say, yeah, whatever, we're just gonna release it now, right? And have like a hype moment, like actually have like one of those zeitgeist moments, right?
That would
like
be hype as fuck.
Boom, there you go.
I would die.
Hey, what's up, bro?
But maybe not.
No, I mean, I would be fucking. I would lose my shit. I would lose my shit if that shit were
So,
to fucking drop.
So I don't know. Maybe it does come out earlier, and maybe that gives you a little runway. for the other games, right? So look, E-Day is probably going to get as close to the anniversary as they can, because that is their big game, right? That's probably the one that gets close to November 15th. I don't think they should launch it anytime in November at all. They should probably just put it out in October or September. Try to find a spot where it makes sense. But they also have another big game in Fable. And if they could put Fable in like beginning of September, like, okay, Wolverine's coming out on the other side. Maybe Fable is the equivalent on this side. And to Doodle's point, there is one other big thing that we have to think about with GTA. It is on PS5 and Xbox. It is not on PC. It is not on Switch. Those platforms will not have this game. Would they be served by having something else? That's always a possibility. I don't know if Xbox would want to bank on that, but other players may. I don't know. We'll see. But to Doodle's point, there are players that will not have access to this or will not play this game. What do they play instead? Fair enough, right? So that's where you have to find that audience and see how you can serve that audience and make enough sales of your game on that. So anyway, there's a lot of other stuff coming as well, so we have to kind of keep that in mind. A lot of the stuff is going to get announced at like Summer Game Fest and
there's like third-party shit too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of stuff we don't know yet, right? is coming. And it's like, okay, we got to wait till all that gets slotted in. We've also had a lot of announcements of games that are potentially coming this year that we maybe have just sort of forgotten from, like, partner previews and stuff like that are still coming this year, right? We need to slot those in somewhere. And so we see where all that fits in. It's going to be a fun juggling act, right? But that's kind of the world they're in now. So biggest publisher, right? This is what you got to deal with.
The truth is the truth. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how they go about handling the time slots. You know what I'm saying? Which is funny because Matt Booty's been saying that for such a long time that one of their biggest issues is where to put the games that they're fucking making. You know what I'm saying? Like it's difficult. It's difficult. Honestly, some of the games,
but you also have to behave like the biggest publisher, right? And you have to, go ahead and know that what you're putting out should get the attention it deserves and do your thing. Meaning you also don't run around too much out of like, oh my gosh, this is dropping, right?
Well, I mean, literally, you wouldn't do that with any game except for Grand Theft Auto. Like, Grand Theft Auto is not just any game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a cultural event. Like, yes, there are a small amount of people who don't fuck with it, but that bitch sold 180 million copies by itself, like GTA 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the
over
game.
time, yes.
Yeah, but all these other games don't sell anywhere near that over time, right? It's the game, right? It's the game that most people are waiting for. And I just don't think you want to puff your chest up against Grand Theft Auto 6. You're just hurting yourself if it don't go your way, right? And then you're going to look at what Halo, your beloved Halo, you're going to risk fucking that up, or Gears, the moment of its return, you're going to risk fucking that up. Fable, the moment that it was delayed and you delayed it to put it up against fucking Grand Theft, I don't know about that. Call of Duty would be the only one that I could see saying, yeah, you could probably put it up against it because the people who buy Call of Duty are there for the multiplayer. They don't give a fuck about anything else. So yeah, maybe. But that being said, I want to go ahead and switch gears.
Big Bad Mo.
Yeah,
Let's fuck GTA. I mean, listen, that's what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, I mean,
can't forget the people that are not with GTA. There are plenty of players out there. And again, like Kai brought up before, Game Pass. Some people are not looking to spend that kind of money around that time of year.
Well, if we, speaking of what you just said, If we go, first of all, shout out to the homie Maurice Branch. Thank you, my brother.
Maurice, what's
Appreciate
up,
you.
fam?
Just crossed his 2-year
Let's go.
membership mark. Thank you, my
Thank
friend.
you.
Appreciate you, my brother, for the support. Glad to see you. But alongside of what you're saying, babe, you got the homie Game Shark in the building. Twinkle, twinkle, baby.
baby.
With that $5 super chat says, also think of the cost of GTA. If it's $100, that's $300 for 3 Christmas gifts instead of 180 if it was 60. Times have changed and peeps may wait. I mean, that's a very real
100%.
possibility, especially if it is going to be priced at $100 like rumors have, circulated. I still can't see that being real. I mean, if anybody was going to do it, it could be them, but I still can't see them doing that as a base. I think they're going to do the same shit.
I don't think we're
60.
saying, hey, find out the exact date when GTA is dropping, and that's when we drop our game. You know what? Fuck it. Let's drop 2 or 3 of our games on that day. Like, no one's saying that, but the idea that no one can touch that month, it's kind of crazy. There are other players out there. There are plenty of people that don't play GTA. There are people that are on Game Pass and are not looking to spend GTA money at that time. There are people buying Christmas gifts at that time that are not looking to say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and instead of buying the gifts that I need to buy and putting that money towards that, I'm just, I'm going to go ahead and buy GTA when I have Game Pass and I have plenty of games over there, plenty of games dropped during this month. Why am I going to go ahead and spend that extra money right now? Like, some people might want to wait for PC, right? And having games available makes it that much easier. There's just a lot that kind of plays into that. Situation. But again, no one's saying find out the date and that's when everything drops and let's see how we go toe to toe, right? But at the same time, tiptoeing and running around when there are these other elements that come into play, it's also not ideal.
Yeah. I feel that. All right. So this is where I want to pivot because if you think about where our conversation has been, it's all been about Xbox and everything that they have to do, right? Oh my God, what a problem. Where do we put all of our games? We have so many. We got to find a spot. Like, this is a crazy conversation that we get to have, right?
Agree.
And this leads me to what I was kind of asking with the title of the show, which is with everything that Xbox has going on, which keeps us in this like almost constant sense of excitement for what Xbox has. Can PlayStation ever get to a point where it would be as exciting or even just exciting in general? Because I feel like there's like I've in a world where Xbox is releasing all of these games and is constantly in the headlines because it's whether they announce a first party game, release a first party game, take a game that's a third party game and make it Xbox Play Anywhere for Xbox ecosystem owners. If they take a game that everybody was excited for and then magically find out that motherfucker is launching in Game Pass day one, right? Like, Xbox owns the conversation nonstop and is almost always exciting. And I just don't like, again, we're a PlayStation owner. We don't want our investment to go to shit. We don't wish that PlayStation didn't release shit that make us want to use our PlayStation, right? So, but we have zero excitement. Zero excitement. I feel nothing. What I know from PlayStation is I've watched Sony pull away from investing in PlayStation, right? We've
Mhm.
seen that 100%. We've seen them take their money, invest it elsewhere in their other businesses like music and movies. Um, we've seen them release games that are clearly of the same technology level as their PlayStation 4 counterparts, right? Just upscaled, to a higher resolution. Um, but that's it. No huge, oh my god, look at what PlayStation released. Wow, they took it to the next level. Can't believe this. Nope, nothing like that. They are down to 2 games a year for people who play core games. Obviously, they release MLB The Show every year, but that's just a sports franchise game. So even if you just hear me as I'm talking about this now, I mean, where's the possibility for excitement for anyone? They shut down studios that they bought, and then we just found out that they bought another studio, but the investment they're making is not them making an investment in a studio so that the studio can go make fantastic games for PlayStation. It's a cost-cutting purchase. They are definitively locking into the idea that they're not going to push tech forward with their own ability to make the game, and they're going to be relying heavily on AI and um that new machine learning company that they just bought. So they're trying to do it at the cheapest way possible is basically what it is,
Yeah.
right? Um
If
Again, I'm
people,
not knocking AI enhancements to games. DLSS 5 is one of the most exciting things I've seen. I can't wait to see Xbox's, version of that. Um and it looks like PlayStation's joining on the train, right? But again, play we already know that PlayStation is looking to do lower end stuff as far as
yeah, that's what I was
hardware.
gonna say. If we're talking about AI slop, this is the this is the concern.
Yeah, because they're doing it as
No,
a
they're doing it as a
cost-cutting measure,
shortcut.
not as a
Mhm.
technical advancement. You know what I'm saying? Um, and that's not very exciting to me, right? That doesn't scream excitement. Um, and then even when you think of a roadmap for them, like God of War trilogy just got announced. God knows how long that's gonna be before we see that take place. Their new games that they drop, what was it? The fucking Sparta, Son of Sparta, whatever the fuck that was.
Yeah.
Horrible, right? Like, just ridiculous. That's not exciting. I'm not saying that the game's not fine or fun for the people who played it. I'm saying that that's not an excitement mover, right? That doesn't get me excited to be like, "Oh my god, this is PlayStation. I'm so pumped for it." They completely lost that 100%. And like I don't know if it's like what version of this can they create to bring that excitement? Is it just the fact that they would have to invest in a shit ton of high quality, already existing studios that are known to produce good games that they can
I think
maybe do
I
something
mean we're
exciting?
kind of like past that because they have acquired, studios that are working and, doing their thing, and they still find a way to kind of shit on that, right? And end up essentially dissolving studios that were just fine without them. Um, so I think the problem is that PlayStation doesn't understand who the new version of PlayStation is right now. I think they're having a they're in a moment of transition where they can't be who they were and continue to have um and feed the players what they were doing prior, but they also can't continue on the road that they were aspiring to go ahead and kind of make their pathway through, right? So they can't go ahead and be who they were or be who they were aspiring to be. And so they're kind of like in limbo land trying to figure that out. And it's taking them a bit too long. It's almost like they didn't foresee a world where what they thought was going to happen didn't work out, and they didn't have anywhere to kind of like fall, like they didn't have a backup plan because they let everything, their entire identity go in the idea of potentially making it in the world of, um uh, I'm blanking out on the um of these gas games, right?
Yeah.
So they thought that they were going in a direction that was just going to somehow, because their PlayStation, go ahead and work for them, right? They thought that because their studios were just told to do something that they're not familiar with, they were just going to go ahead and figure out how to make it and produce the best freaking gas games out there. And they didn't think, and that's how arrogant they were. They didn't think that there was any room for them to fail. So they don't know what to do and who they are right now. And, when you go ahead and you reduce the amount of games that you're providing a year to your players, when you drop games that you think will do well, like Concord, and you have to shut them down, when you drop games that normally will sell X amount of copies and you think that the next one is going to sell even more, and that doesn't happen, and you're wondering where the players are that bought these boxes. I mean, that gives you that also leaves you more confused than not. So right now they don't know who they are, they don't know what to do. So what PlayStation is to be moving forward when they don't know what PlayStation these players are looking for? They can't provide a Fortnite. They can't provide a Call of Duty. Um, they can't make the deals that they were making with some of these developers and these studios. So and their studios cannot perform in a way that is um admirable in any way when they're putting out these games with the amount of money that PlayStation is willing to spend. I saw a comment from our boy Ryuar who said, "Where is The Last of Us Part 3?" And then he said, "Oh
Facts.
shoot, wait, hold up. They're too brokey to do so," right? PlayStation should not be in that position where they're too broke to go ahead and have Naughty Dog make their next freaking Last of Us. I also um I forget where I saw there was a conversation about factions. And if PlayStation felt confident in what they had, Naughty Dog seemed to be, um, why not support it? Why not put the money in? Why not go ahead and see? Because these players were showing up. So if you do make something that's worth showing up for, and you take the modern way of doing things, and you say to yourself, okay, well, you know how we will sell more copies of the games that we believe in? We go ahead and put them on other platforms day and date, right? So that we can maximize the hype. Let's not let that hype die out because too many games are dropping. Too many games are coming out, right? So you make a game that you believe in, you put it out on your platform, you put it out on other platforms, and then while everyone's excited for it, you go ahead and make your money. They have this way of wanting to like gatekeep things and play these games where we're going to go ahead and drop it now here, and we're going to wait a year however long to put on PC because people are just salivating for our games. And I think the reality has hit that people are not, they're not sitting around waiting around to see when you're going to let them have these games. I think it's a rude awakening when you think that you have the world on the palm of your hands, and then it just so happens that you don't. And everything you thought you had going on, it's not real. It must feel like everyone's turning on them, but that's not the reality. You haven't been delivering, or you haven't kept up with what you're supposed to be keeping up with, and that's what the outcome is. But PlayStation right now has no identity, and there's a lack of passion there for gaming. There's a passion for money. Let's see how we can get more money. How can we squeeze more money out of these players? But there's not a passion for games, for gaming in general, for the industry. There's nothing but shortcuts, stealing, lack of inspiration, and they just keep the value that their developers have, right? They're not treating them as such. And when you're in an environment, as we've heard before, that is toxic, and you start losing that passion and drive, you start to forget your worth. So these developers are not in a situation where they can go ahead and just be creative and make what they want, or and their value is being chipped away because they don't have a voice, and they need that admiration and that, drive to go ahead and make great things, and it's not there. So until PlayStation figures out what they, and I think PlayStation themselves, like, they're not willing to spend the money and be in it in the way that they need to in order to be who they were, or to get back on their feet. So they need to just take their new form and kind of be transparent about it, which they've tried to do, right? I think we've heard plenty of things. Hiroki talking about cuts and budgets for their developers and their studios, and how they don't understand money. They've also talked about new versions of games that, may not be what these players are used to. They've talked about reaching a different audience, which means not the one that they have, right? Because if their audience is looking for something in particular and you're trying to make the opposite to reach other players, and you're neglecting to make what your players want, you're essentially saying, I'm not making games for you. I don't need you. I'm trying to find someone else. So it's a lack of reading between the lines, but they're checked the fuck out.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I don't know. We didn't really talk about this. It came out a few days ago or some shit. I don't remember, but um, there was a interview with the guy from Last of Us Online,
Okay.
the game that got canceled. Faction.
Yes.
And he went ahead and he spoke about it. So he didn't know till a day before they told everybody that it was canceled. Um,
Wow.
it was just one day before, and then everybody else found out it was canceled. So he explained what happened. And there was an interview. I watched it, but Insider Gaming has uh the words on it. So let me bring this up real quick. So uh Last of Us was canceled after 7 years of development. During a new interview on the Lance E. Lee podcast from Tokyo, Last of Us Online director Vinit Agarwal shed some light on how the game was canceled. Agarwal first spoke about the boom in the gaming industry during COVID, noting that online games experienced a significant boost around 2020, which is when Sony, like all others, decided to put a lot of money into online gaming. That is how Last of Us Online was able to secure its funding. And Argawal stated that the game was doing really, really well internally, with the team developing it to almost 80% completion. It was very close to done. However, over the next couple of years, as people started returning to their offices, spending on online gaming dropped significantly, which led studios to reduce their projects as well. Agarwal added that eventually the studio had to make a decision whether to go ahead with The Last of Us Online, or get this, or make the next game that Neil Druckmann was directing,
Oh boy.
which basically led them to pick the game which was kind of the bread and butter of the studio rather than this experimental game that I was working on. That's
Wow.
crazy. The Last of Us Online director described it as a devastating moment and soul crushing for him, as he had spent 7 years working on the title.
Wow.
Moreover, he revealed that even after serving as a director on the game, he learned that the Last of Us was being canceled 24 hours before it was announced to the public.
That's crazy. And so that's so disrespectful. That's crazy.
Ain't that
But,
crazy?
there's been so much waste over at PlayStation. We have heard so many games, not just factions. From there, that was like the start, right? To a bunch of canceled games. And a lot of money goes into that before they get canceled. So, you know, there's no there's nothing coming in from what they've invested. And
Yep.
this is where they're in a situation where they end up making something like the pisser, the PlayStation 5 Pro, to see what they can get from the players. And even from that, like, people are already getting with the program where they're like, no, like, we're not buying.
Agreed.
And uh, that's a rude awakening.
Agreed. Also, this also just highlights how different Microsoft and Sony are, and why one company has grown to be a $4 trillion company and the other one is still where they are for God knows how long. And the reason is simple. He explained it. Sony is a trend chaser.
Mhm.
They saw the fact that people are playing online, they're stuck at home, and they figured, well, the world is going to end and we're not going to continue anymore. So let's make games for this one moment in time where this increase is, and not realize to themselves, like, holy shit, by the time we release any of these online games, people will go back to work.
Yeah, people would have already moved on, and I think the problem is that those games had to be I ready to pop out around that time. It was just the consequence. It's like Animal Crossing: New Horizons, right? Nintendo, they were
That
not
game never
expecting
sold that much in
that
their
moment
lives.
in time to take place, but it just so happened that the game dropped right around that time, and it freaking blew up to the point that they weren't even
They
ready
weren't
with the
prepared.
updates and everything that they wanted to do for it, with the merch, with everything. They were just kind of like trying to keep up with the demand. And, that is great for them. Beautiful. But it was an organic moment, not something that you said, okay, well, this is happening here, let's be a part of that in when the world has, like you mentioned, see, already moved on. And it's okay to follow a trend, but you don't jump into it blindfolded and forget everything else that you were supposed to be doing. Had they kept their identity, kept their studios going, continue to make everything else that they were making, and said, let's invest a bit and let's see how fast we can get this trend out, right? And get people that are knowledgeable of it working on it. Bet. But when you erase everything you are to go ahead and with your eyes closed dive in, that's stupidity. That's exactly what that is. And again, had they just gradually went ahead and said, okay, well, let's freaking put together a studio. Let's see how fast we can bang one of these out and be a part of this moment in time as fast as we can. And hopefully it won't pass us by. Great. And guess what? Continue to do what you were doing and then find the next trend and see how you can be a part of that. But, at some point, it's called a trend for a reason. It will come to an end.
That's why unfortunately in this industry you can't follow a trend, because you can't
By
pump
the
out a
time-
game in
Mhm.
6 months. You know what I'm saying?
You can't.
No, it's going to take you
But
years.
if you want to
Trend is
take that
over.
risk and you want to find a way to invest enough and see how many people you can get in there and how fast you can get going, hopefully by the end, but you have to be willing to also be too late to the party and say, shit, I missed my moment. Or you can try to be a trendsetter, right? Instead of coming in at the tail end of it all.
Fact.
How about you figure out and be creative enough to see how you can have a moment like that you've created yourself, that everyone else has to follow, and see how long you can run with that for. But they don't want that. They want a copycat version of something that already exists that's doing well to see if they can ride that tail.
And they can't afford to buy the company
Exactly.
who makes the game that is in the trend. I mean, that's what Fortnite did. That's what Epic did. Every
Yeah.
game that had a moment, they bought them.
Exactly.
Like they just said, "Fuck it, I'll go buy them." Where PlayStation couldn't do that. Right. That being said, Hargi, the question still stands. With all the information, everything we talked about, with this new piece of information that we discussed, can PlayStation ever get back to being exciting? And if you think so, how do you think they would be able to do so?
I mean, anything can be done. It takes sort of a leadership mindset to do it, right? Just think of where we were at the beginning of the year before Asha came in for Xbox, right? And how things have shifted because of leadership change, right? There's just a different perspective on things, and she's coming, hey, let's put in new features, like things that like were things in sort of the back burner. Hey, why don't we bring that forward, or change this marketing theme to that marketing theme, right? These kind of things can happen. So it really just comes down to that. Right now, where they seem to be is where Xbox was a couple of years, as usual, a couple of years ago, where it's like we need to kind of increase our profit margins, and maybe not as much on the fun factor. Let's cancel FanFest. Let's cancel a couple of games. Let's do layoffs. That's what they're doing now, right? That's what PlayStation's doing now, right? They don't really have that. Like, we should be doing things to be an ambassador of entertainment, right? That's what they should be, right? And they seem to be in the opposite direction. But now, I don't know if that changes or not. We'll see, right? But it's certainly not to the same level of enthusiasm you get on the other side, right? And there's also been a resurgence sort of on Xbox's side from the fan base. I don't know. And of course, they still have
Part
games.
of the fan base.
Xbox at least puts out games, right? Whereas
Like,
PlayStation,
that's the point. That's what we're excited about.
right? And PlayStation, okay, I find nothing that they're saying makes me want to have a PlayStation. And look, there are PlayStation mains out there that love their PlayStation. Awesome. That's awesome. I'm not a PlayStation main. I have a PC and I have Xbox, I have Switch. The only reason I had PlayStation was their exclusives, and they have given me nothing to make that useful. This generation was a massive disappointment. I didn't need my PS5 for 3 years plus until they released Spider-Man 2, which I haven't even played. Even though it's available on PC, I'm like, I don't even feel like bothering. Because it's going to be generic, and I don't know what it is about it. It's like, I don't care. For some reason, I don't. Maybe if it's cheap enough, I'll pick it up and I'll try it. But they've become too. It's literally all the stuff that they used to complain about on Xbox. Like all the ponies used to say about Xbox. Hello, Gears and Forza. Well, what are you guys? Like, what are you guys? Seriously, like you were mentioning,
Nothing.
literally, God of War, that studio. Maybe they put out a new game, but at least a big chunk of that studio is going to be working on remasters and remakes for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Okay, tell me what you're excited about from that studio in the next gen. Come on. This is where they are. So what do you got for me? I don't play racing games, so I don't care about your Gran Turismo. Forza Horizon at least is entertaining to me because it's an arcade racer, so I can at least tool around and have fun in it. I don't bother with motorsport. I would not bother with Gran Turismo. It's the same thing. I don't like sim racing. I don't care. So that's gone. Like Last of Us, I don't know when the hell they'll make another one, if they'll ever make a, like Neil Druckmann said that he's not sure they're going to have another Last of Us. He thinks it's dead. Okay, well, I mean, if I'm going to listen to anybody, wouldn't I listen to the guy making the damn thing and say, oh, it's not happening? Okay. So what do they have? They have Intergalactic. All right. I was willing to give it a chance. We'll see how it goes. But like, if it's not coming to PC, I don't care. I don't care. It's not enough to pull me. It's just not. This is not a Zelda. It's just not. So I don't know what they have to make me enthusiastic about their platform. And if they don't even put their games on PC, I'm done. Goodbye. Have a nice day. I'm done. There's really just nothing there for me. Somehow they think they have something that pulls people in. I don't know what that is. I just don't. I don't know what that is. They don't have the games that I care about. So cool. People who love it, they love it. Awesome. I just finished God of War Ragnarok. All right. It was good. Is that something I'd buy a PlayStation for? Hell no. It was okay. It was an okay experience. Like, and I'm not like trying to pile on the game, but I wouldn't say it's like, oh my God, this is Zelda. It's not. It's not. In fact, there were times when I'm like, could you stop being so goddamn emotional? You're the god of freaking war. And you're sitting here crying like a little baby.
Seriously.
Like,
that's the reality of what that game is. Literally the reality of it.
Right? I don't know how many of those moments you've been through, but I'm like, dude, come on. Like, could you stop with the over dramatization of this? Anyway, but that's kind of where they are. Fair enough that some people love that stuff. I don't care. And look, if that was the reason PlayStation was selling, you'd see it in the numbers. You don't. They're buying it to play the standard games everybody plays anyway. So whatever. What I think is really the problem with Xbox marketing versus, or Xbox even being available versus PlayStation. If you go to other countries, it's just not there. Xbox isn't sellable there because they're not selling it. You can't buy it. If you can't buy it, there's no market share. That's a problem they need to resolve. I think if they start actually putting themselves in other countries, they'll actually gain market share. They need to fix that piece. And I think that would just, I don't understand what people see in a PlayStation if you get all the benefits of like, the entire ecosystem having Game Pass, a console that's cheaper. You can get the Series S, it's still cheaper, right? You get all that value, and they're the biggest publisher. They're the biggest publisher. You have all these games coming from them. Where's the value on the other side? I don't know. I just don't get what people see on that side, but they see it. To me, it feels like McDonald's. Okay, you have a taste for it every now and then, but it's McDonald's. Like, don't tell me this is the best place to be. It just isn't. And like, I don't really care. And if I look at their franchises, I'm like, which ones are the top franchises? Their biggest franchise is Gran Turismo. The next one's Destiny, which, I mean, okay, I can give you Destiny, but Destiny was literally everywhere. And their next game, Marathon, is everywhere. Like, it's not really a PlayStation thing. It's just there, right? It's like Call of Duty. Like, yep, it's an Xbox game. And it's one of the top, like, whatever, 3-4 franchises of all time. Fair enough. But it's everywhere. It's fine. Whatever. But, like, for us, the beauty of that is it's in Game Pass. At least for now, it's in Game Pass. I don't even have to buy it anymore. It's in Game Pass. Right? So there's just a different world. And like you were pointing out, like, every show from Xbox is like, okay, which one of these is in Game Pass? Which one of these is Play Anywhere? I'm looking for those things because that's a benefit to me. It's like, oh, that game, I don't even think about it. I'm just going to download it and try it. Whatever, right? Cool. Another game that's just going to be in my Game Pass subscription. Click download, and there it is, right? Whereas on the other side, you're like, am I going to buy this? It's literally like, do I need a PlayStation? No, because they don't have anything. They don't have anything, and that's kind of the enthusiasm gap I've felt. Now, as I said, there are PlayStation mains out there. They'll be happy with their console. Fine, fair enough. I just don't feel it. And if you're looking at the other side, who owns June? Is it PlayStation? No.
Nope.
There's only one person there. There's only one platform there. Yes, there's Keighley. But it's really Xbox. And usually their showcase blows Keighley's away. Nothing against Keighley, but it usually blows Keighley. And this time you're going to have E-Day to end. It's going to be punctuation mark is going to be E-Day. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's going to be crazy.
The rest of the showcase is going to be crap. The punctuation mark's going to be E-Day. Come on. Like, what? Huh? And the rest of it's going to include Fable and Halo. Like, come on. Like, there's so much stuff they have. It's just
Oh.
it's night and day. This is the world we're in. We get to see all this cool stuff, right? Call of Duty is going to be there, by the way. It's guaranteed you're going to see Call of Duty on the Xbox showcase, right? Where's the equivalent on PlayStation side? Okay, cool. Like the last showcase they had was decent. It was decent. Whatever you want to call it, the state of play. I don't care. Whatever. It was decent. Did it make me want to do anything on PlayStation? No. It was like all the games that are coming to my platforms, I'll play them, right? So if they're on PC or Xbox and they seem interesting, I'll potentially look at it. Are they coming to Game Pass? It's a decision now, right? Do I buy that game? It has to have enough of a threshold for me to say, yep, it's worth for me buying it. Some games are, right? So 007, for instance, that's coming. I think that's going to be cool for me. Some people might not like it. I don't care. Fair enough. For me, it's like, yep, that meets the threshold. I'm going to buy it. Fair enough. For some, it may not. And that's going to be the problem, right? Whereas on Game Pass, the decision's made for me already. I have my Game Pass. I download. That's it. I download. The enthusiasm gap is just different. When we're looking for at showcases, we're looking for different things, right? And so it's just the way it is. And I don't know how that bridge gets like that gap gets bridged. I don't know. Like an enthusiasm gap is just there. And I've been saying that there's going to become an enthusiasm gap that's going to be very, very hard for PlayStation to overcome. You're starting to see it even in the media. They're starting to crack. It's happening. That $900 price point, I think it kind of went into their head and said, oh gosh, dang it. Right? Yes, there's a cheaper model called the $600 model. But when Xbox went and said, oh, we're bumping up our prices, all they ever talked about was $800. That's the top end SKU. Even the Series X, you could get cheaper with different SKUs. They didn't talk about the $400 that you could spend to get the Series S, which is still a dang deal compared to everything else out there. But they see the sticker shock, $900. Okay. And that has really, I think that's gotten to people because now they understand. Oh, that PS6? Oh, you thought that was going to be $600? The PS5 Pro is $900. You have, what world are you in? You think that's going to be? It's not, right? They're starting to run the wheels in their head. Oh crap! The next gen is going to be expensive, right? 100%. And so the enthusiasm gap is starting to shift. Where one player saying, "We'll meet you where you are, wherever you want to be, no problem," and the other saying, "We're going to take games away from PC because we're assholes and we're going to say you have to buy our $1,000 box." Okay, which one do you like? There's one player in the game saying, we don't care. We want you to enjoy our games, our ecosystem, wherever you want to play. No problem. At your 100%. Value, at your price point, where you are, right? Okay, which message is worse? So somebody wants to play console war and say, oh, we need to have exclusives. Fine, fair enough. I don't care about that. But and somebody wants to pay $1,000 for every plastic box. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Like I can spend that kind of money. I still think it's kind of foolish, but whatever. If that's what you want to do, you do it. But from my perspective, I look at showcases of games that I get to play, games that come into my service that I've already subscribed to, and all that stuff is given to me by Xbox, the biggest publisher in gaming, and they bring in third parties too. And I'm like, dude, this is just fantastic. Like, how many games did we just see in that partner preview? Like, what was it, a month ago? Not even, right? And like
14.
There's games
14
in there.
that were Game Pass. 19 total, 14 Game Pass.
Download and have
all
fun,
of them
right?
Xbox Play Anywhere.
Right. And like there was one in there that wasn't in Game Pass, and I think I'm gonna buy it anyways. And that was what's the Marvel game there? Why can't I remember the name? It's one that already came out that's now porting over to PC to Xbox. Oh, I can't remember the name. Why is it bugging me?
Dispatch. It's not Marvel. It's a superhero game. Yeah, Dispatch.
Yes. Well, is it both? Because it is superheroes.
I don't think it's
right?
Marvel. No, it's just made up superheroes, I think.
I thought you had people like Hulk and whatnot in there, but
no,
okay, maybe you're right.
No.
So if it's made up superheroes, that's what I mean. So Dispatch, right? And I'm like, okay, cool. That's coming out, and I get to play that Play Anywhere, which is even more awesome, right? So I'll buy that one, right? Cool. So, but that's kind of the difference between the two. So can they change it? Yes, 100% they can change it. They have to want to be there. They have to want to go there. Right now, their company is having kind of an interesting moment. So it's not PlayStation alone, it's Sony, all together. they have to kind of figure out what they want to do to solidify their markets, right? So the TV side is kind of in a weird state with this TCL thing. The car thing that they invested a whole bunch of money into just got canceled. Okay, that's big
Whoa.
chunks.
Yep.
Movie, TV, I don't know how they're really doing on that because movies and TV have been kind of plummeting. And then they have music, and music, they just got hit by with a lawsuit. They were trying to get money from internet providers that allow copying, copyright violations, and that got nixed. So, yeah, I don't know which part of their business is doing great. They seem to be doing okay. They're floating. Their cameras are still great. That's cool, but is that enough to float Sony? I don't know. We'll have to see how that keeps going. But to your point, where's the investment in PlayStation? Oh, we're gonna go get an AI company. We're gonna shut down the game studio. Yikes!
I mean, that's what kind of spurred me to this question, right? Because like I spoke, maybe you spoke, right?
Mhm.
And we can't seem to figure out a way where PlayStation comes out of this in some type of exciting way. And I mean, Argit, you just said all this stuff, and everything that you said is true, except that nothing is there for PlayStation. The things that excite us in gaming on Xbox's side can't be replicated by PlayStation. Announcing one new game that's exciting. If you found out one game coming out this year is something, if Intergalactic, I'm a huge Naughty Dog fan, right? So if Intergalactic turns out to be dope, right? If it turns out to be dope, that's not a, oh my God, I'm so excited for PlayStation. It's, I'm so excited for that one game,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
That one game. But that's not a, oh my God, PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
That's a very different scenario. And I just don't think that any person who spends their time thinking about, gaming like we do can turn around and legitimately say, explain to me what's exciting to them about PlayStation or what would excite them.
I mean, like a simple thing would be if PS6 comes out at say like $800, how many people would
Mhm.
buy it? Would you buy it? CMoney, you have like several of them, right? Would
I
you
do.
buy it? Would you buy a PS6?
No.
$800.
I haven't enjoyed any first party games that released this year. The only reason I bought a PlayStation 5 was because
This
I
gen,
thought
you
they
mean,
were
right?
going to make, this gen. So I don't foresee them doing anything that matters to me. The only way would be if it's like a Last of Us Part 3 that comes out and it's only ever going to be on the PlayStation, that I will have to buckle down and do it, and they'll get my money for that one game, but it's highly unlikely. That's really the only way that anything would ever come to it.
Yeah.
Because it's just not there. And even then, I wouldn't be excited for PlayStation. I'd be excited for my one game. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a very different, I don't know, it's just very, very different. And like, to be clear, I know you brought it up, but like it's a subset of quote unquote Xbox fans that are now excited, right? Because I was always excited. Like everything that Xbox has been doing is exciting to me. I didn't give a fuck about any of these stupid things that people are crying about, and now they're getting, breastfed. It's like, here's your meal, you're good now. Be happy now, okay, little buddy. So like all this, like none of that shit matters to me. The craziest thing is trying to look at how much excitement we have for Xbox compared to what PlayStation has and think that we're supposed to be copying them. There's no amount of way that it makes sense that we should be copying what PlayStation does to go ahead and do what? Match what? Exclusives? For what? You know what's the least exciting news you could find out if you're a PlayStation fan? That PlayStation bought a studio.
Oh, for sure.
is the least exciting thing possible
You think any
because
studio would
it-
want to be bought by them?
nobody wants to be bought by them. But what I'm saying is that if you're a PlayStation fan who's in the ecosystem, if PlayStation bought 42 studios tomorrow, nothing changes for you.
Dang.
Zero changes for a PlayStation fan if 42 studios are bought by PlayStation tomorrow, because those 42 studios were going to release their game on PlayStation anyway. Nothing
Wow.
changed.
Well, I'd say one thing changes. You're almost guaranteed that those studios will go away.
Unfortunately,
Damn.
100%.
Oh,
100%.
wow.
He ain't lying.
Wow.
Damn.
Shit.
Did they hear you in the back though?
Yeah.
I mean, I kid,
it's-
but like, unfortunately, they have closed a ton of studios. It is like, dude, who wants to
Just
be
what it
bought
is.
by them just to be shut
It just
down?
is what it is. If Xbox buys a studio, it's a celebration. I just inherited that entire studio's lineage. Whatever they released is going to be in my Game Pass service at one point or another. That is exciting. PlayStation announcing they bought something means nothing to no one, bro. And
It means
that's
a
the
ticking
sad
time
fact.
bomb as to when they're shut down. Okay.
Yep.
T-minus 4 years, 3
100%.
years.
Exactly. So okay, well I think that answers the question. Okay, can PlayStation ever be exciting? I think the answer is definitively no. They would have to literally follow the exact blueprint of Xbox to be exciting. They would have to buy a shit ton of studios, put all those games day and date into a subscription service. If they did that and they made it compelling content, then there might be a chance for them to be exciting to watch, but it's not. They live in this bubble of the past.
So the answer is they can't get out of that mess because,
can't.
as we know, as our boy Ryur says, Hiroki too brokey. So this is not a situation where they can wake up tomorrow and say, you know what, this is what we're going to go ahead and do. This is what we've got going on. Besides, their heart's not in it. They're not looking to do that shit. I feel like they're stressed enough with the amount of studios that they do have.
That's also true.
And those are all in danger. And they're and the employees working there are all in danger of not just the studios shutting down, but just like a wave of freaking letting people go, and who knows who's next on the chopping block. It's just not a stable situation. There is no way to get out of the mess that they're in. They have to be reborn, right? They have to reset. They have to like go ahead and
they have to be bought.
They have to be bought.
They
They
have to
need
be
a
bought.
sugar daddy. We said this. You know what's
Was
funny?
so long
We
ago.
said this so long ago before PlayStation was in this deeper hole that they're in now, but we like sniffed it out because you could see it from a mile away. Like, in the problem is that who in their right mind, seeing the
Who?
leadership that's taking place in there,
Who?
the mismanagement that's taking place in there, who in their right mind could possibly say, this is what I'm going to invest my money in? It is just a place where things go to die. Sorry to say it. It's where things go to die. So if you're going to invest, you have to invest knowing that you may never get your money back, and you're just doing this for the sake of, for fuck's sakes, right? It is what it is. Unless you're going to clean the house and you're bringing in your own team and you're just taking that PlayStation name and getting rid of most of the shit that don't work there, and by that I mean most of it, then that's the only way that we can see this working, right? Google
100%.
ran in the other direction. If Google wanted to go ahead and invest and they said, you know what, let's go ahead and make some shit happen. Let's buy a name that, it's worth having and see how we can clean that bitch up, scrub them pits. Maybe
Scrub the nutsack.
scrub that nutsack and see
That's
and
wild.
see what happens.
Yeah, I
You
don't.
know,
I mean, it's too big, right? To your point, who would like? It would have to be a big company that would be able to afford that. You could do some structured deal with private equity. The problem, though, is to do anything with it, you'd have to have patience, change out the leadership, and then give it like 10 years to turn itself around. Which, I mean, I don't know how many companies want to do that, right? So I don't know, like whatever. Like where they are is where they are.
It's
At least
not
the brand is
great.
recognized.
Doesn't look great for them. All right, that's
Yeah,
just it.
I mean,
It's not looking great.
and anything can change at any time. And if you have a hungry competitor, if
but
say
not
Asha
this.
really wanted to,
Not this.
go after them, right? They could right now they could, and they could come in with a whole bunch of options that just make them look silly. It's up to them, right? If they really are hungry, if they're back into like the Peter Moore era, right, where they're like, we're going
I-
after you,
Dude,
we're going
I'm
after
telling
you.
you, I hear you. I think that there is nothing that they can do. You could do whatever you want to Sony. You can't go into people's houses and tell them that they're wrong, that they should not like PlayStation anymore. You can't get these casuals out there, the people who never even gave a shit about what you're doing, unless the only way, I'm telling you right now, this is the only real answer to this. Xbox will have to buy Epic. Xbox will have to buy Roblox. Xbox will have to buy every studio that they would have to buy EA. They would have to buy Take Two. Every sports game, every Fortnite, every Roblox, every game that's the zeitgeist game will have to live and breathe only under the Xbox banner. No release on PlayStation. If you do that, then you force the hand. Any other version of it, and people can still play Minecraft. They will have to remove Minecraft, obviously. If they can still play Minecraft, if they can still play Fortnite, if they can still play Roblox, I promise you, there's no everybody fucking Asha could come out and be like, hey, we're giving away these motherfucking boxes. Okay. You just come pick one up. The casuals will still be like, no, I'm gonna buy a PlayStation. It's just what they are. They don't know any better. They don't care. They don't care. Gaming is not that important to them to think about those stats.
I think you that's exactly it. It's not that important to them. And I think that that's what needs to be understood. Right? You're talking to a bunch of morons that came out here and said, "Hey, one game a year? That's plenty." Like, who the fuck would ever say that?
They don't, because they're not looking at it. They don't even know. To them, PlayStation release 0 games in a year.
Exactly.
They don't give a fuck what PlayStation releases. 0 fucking shits do they give. That's why there's no I don't give a fuck who it is. There's no amount of conversation where you're gonna tell me that exclusives fucking matter. No, they don't. What matters to Microsoft is to sell their game everywhere so that they can make the money. Now, Asha's on her moment right now where she's trying to just be like, look what I did, look what I did. Do I think she could come and be like, hey, we're gonna do timed exclusives for a while or whatever it is and try that out? I don't know. It sounds stupid to me, but is there a variation that she can probably try to implement? Yes. Are these games going to another system? Yes. No doubt about it. It is not changing. Your Gears will be on other consoles. Halo's going to be the next Halo's going to be another console. Every game is going to be on another console. Fucking accept it and stop crying for this shit. You know what it is? People are getting a sniff. I'll tell you what it is right now. And this just is what it is. I'm not going to bullshit because it's what it is. People are getting a sniff of the of the players, of the people in the chats coming back and being excited about the idea
100%.
of exclusives.
Mhm.
So they're going all in. People who told you already, it is what it is, accept it, it's not that important, it's fine, we'll survive. They all have to walk that shit back and be like, you know what? Fuck it, it's not fine. All right, exclusives. And then what are they gonna do when Microsoft's like, hey, I hear you, but the game's coming out on the other box? What's gonna happen then? You're gonna go back to the same. Oh my God, Xbox, why did you do this to me? You told me there was gonna be exclusives. And she's gonna say, no, bitch. I said, I hear you. You're wrong, but I hear you. Like, understand
Oh my gosh.
that there's just no version of this where it happens. And the people who are spending their times doing this are fucking just placating to that group of people who want it so badly in their lives that now they're going to show up even more because they want to keep hearing that there's a chance of exclusive.
And
Look at fucking Tin Dog. He's back. Bro, he's back on his fucking grind on Twitter. Exclusives. Everything's going to be exclusives. You're going to see it's all exclusives. Okay.
So,
All right, Tin Dog.
so all this nice rant here, your assumption is that competitiveness means exclusives, because it's not what I meant at all.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people out there who are talking about exclusives as the big return.
What they could do,
because that's
is
what this is the problem.
Only marketing to like 20 countries, which is what they do. They sell in like 15, 20 countries total out of the 200 plus. They could actually sell their stuff everywhere. They could market their games everywhere. They could sell and undercut their competitor, who will now come out with a console that's going to be ridiculously expensive. So if you go to a country that, say Central America, right? You say, okay, you want to buy the next PS6? It will cost you the equivalent of $1,400 for import duties and taxes that you have to pay. That's how much it's going to cost. You can go ahead and get your PS6, $1,400. Okay. Or Xbox could come in and say, we can give you a box for $700. You know how they can do that? They got the ROG. We forget. They already have a console for you. They've got the ROG already. It's $500, $600 right now. You could just give them that. Say, this is an Xbox. Every game, all Game Pass, all available to you. Dock it away. Have fun. Play on your TV. No problem. Right? They could do that. They have a cheaper alternative. They still have the Series S for that matter. But PlayStation is going to have to come in and say, PS6, it's going to cost you that much. Because right now, PS5 would cost them a lot of money because they have to import. It's the way it is. It's like, okay, that's what I'm saying. You could totally knock them out by saying, here's our box, plays every new game, everything. Here's their box, double the cost. Here you go. Enjoy.
But my question, Hargy, is to do what? What do they want the box there to do?
Play games.
To sell their games, right? That's the only reason they need to put their box in there, is to sell their games.
Are you talking
no
consumer,
Xbox? Xbox as a company. The only reason they want to go to X country that they're not in is to say, here's our box, buy it so that you can consume our games on our box, right?
Their subscription, their ecosystem, yes.
They want that, but that ecosystem already exists on PC over there. Every place that their Xbox is not, their ecosystem already is there because they can get on PC and buy their games there. They can subscribe to Game Pass there and get the vast majority of games that are on Game Pass. So Game Pass is already available to all of those countries that their Xbox is not in, right? That's why it's a cheaper subscription, right? Because in all those other countries, they get the day one games cheaper. So, and to be fair, all those countries prefer PC over boxes for the most part, right?
I don't know if that's entirely true, right? But either way,
I would say, yeah. But the idea is, what you're suggesting is for them to spend massive amount of money on marketing to places that really don't give a shit about them either way, when they already have the in. The only thing Microsoft wants is for those people to play their game. If you're not going to play it on a PC, which is typically the dominant way of doing it in these other countries, then go buy it on the PlayStation or on the Nintendo Switch if you release that version. What does it matter? My game still goes there. You know what I'm saying? My game still goes there. So I feel like, if I'm Microsoft, and I'm looking at my dollars and I'm like, well, do I spend dollars on marketing for a maybe? That's hundreds of millions of dollars on hopes and dreams versus taking that money, investing it in my core players, Game Pass subscription, invested in getting these Xbox Play Anywhere games so that the people who are out there in those countries can go ahead and buy the Windows version instead of the Steam version because we do Xbox Play Anywhere or whatever the case is, right? Like that's my problem when I look at this conversation. It's we are trying our hardest to bend Microsoft to the mind of the fanboy. Exclusives already happened. They already had their time where this was the way, and nothing came from it. Now, what people are trying to say, well, yeah, but they have way more games now. Okay, but
They already tried that though.
what you're doing is cutting your nose to spite your face or whatever the hell that saying is. Sure, you might get some people to come over, but you're cutting off so many more people who would buy your game. The ratio of I promise
Again,
you,
you're moving it back to exclusives. Why are you doing that? Eliminate
because
that
that's
from your head. It's gone.
Because the
That's
other
dead.
conversation, they're already there. They're
dead.
already in these other places.
No.
The other places
eliminate
they're
that.
already in there.
Exclusives are gone. I don't know why people even talk about that. Exclusives are
Yeah,
gone.
and I don't. That's my problem.
So
That's my problem. There's still these people talking about
I'm not talking exclusives. Exclusives, that is dead. We should just not even talk about exclusives. I don't understand why that's
Exactly.
That's
The conversation about exclusives and the idea that Asha went ahead and she's hinting to bringing exclusives back is still a conversation out there, Hargy.
Yeah, that's the reason.
So that is still something that we talk about from our perspective.
Look at right now in the chat.
It's in the chat.
Look at the chat. They're saying it. If Xbox wants to sell the next box, they need some exclusives.
Why?
So this is
like why would Steam sell if that was the case? What exclusive?
Exactly. That's the idea. And first of all, obviously, Fred, what's up, man? Thank you for being here. But the reality is this: that is a console war thing. And listen, look, we used to do it. I get it. It would be way easier if the exclusives came back, right? And we just said, oh yeah, woohoo, exclusives, suck it, PlayStation, ha ha ha, we have the exclusives. Sure. And maybe that's what was fun for the people who are screaming about this now on their channels, right? Maybe that's the only thing they could imagine talking about, or maybe this is the only thing that would be exciting for them to talk about. I don't fucking know. All I know is that it's not outside of our chat. They're in there still thinking about it and trying to figure out ways where game exclusives should happen somewhere or another. Again, the Band-Aid has been fucking pulled, my dude. Like, it's over. They're not gonna put the genie back in the bottle, right? Like, that's not gonna happen. They already dealt with the brunt of the force
like
already.
I don't understand how people do not see, like, it's nothing but banana peel left over there. Like, it's fucking dead.
Like, they
what
own
the fuck
PlayStation Store. They own it. They own it. They got their players twerking on the streets to pay for these games.
Yeah, let me give you a different scenario, right? All the enthusiasm you have for Xbox, wouldn't you want others to have the same? You're basically telling them, fuck off, go buy your PlayStation, and that's it, right? Cool, that's totally fair. But wouldn't you want them to have the same fun that we do?
But I don't understand.
If they want to have the fun, go ahead and buy the box. I think that they've already tried it.
It's not available, Doodle. That's what I'm telling you. It's not available.
Yes,
they don't sell it to them. They don't sell it to them. And that's what I'm saying. They could just at least try to sell it to them. Make it available.
They tried. They didn't start not trying. They tried to go into these other places that people don't buy the
same number of countries that
PlayStation the name of the Xbox has just the name itself. In some countries, the Xbox part of it is just unwanted. The name itself, just the name is a problem.
Yeah,
for the country. They've already gone down this road many times where they try to go into these countries. People just don't want it.
I-
So the problem is you keep throwing your money away on a place like I know when you market to you use different avenues to market. And when you find a way of marketing that is shitting the bed, that is just sucking your money gone, it's gone with the wind, there's no return from it, then you got to stop.
You got to
can't.
stop.
You
At
can't
some
keep
point,
saying,
ideally,
if I
yes.
keep throwing
Ideally,
money, they'll eventually want me. Like,
no, you can't. You can't. This is the situation, and realistically, like instead, this again, they've tried this. In an ideal world, yes, everybody buy an Xbox. Great, that's what they would want. But to have them go out there and instead of spending that money on games or studios for the people that do choose to have the box, right? Going ahead and waste it on a what if. Talk about a freaking mismanagement of freaking money, of finances. That would
I
be
mean, it's not that
ridiculous.
big of a deal to do this, right?
It
You can have export business and have it be imported by local retailers, right? That stuff is all viable. Everybody does that, right?
we
So
we
yeah, but
just
you
so
still
it's
have
had
not
to
the
that big of
market.
a deal.
we just had the for what, so they can sit there, but we just had the conversation about how it doesn't matter if PlayStation is making one game a year. You talk to these developers or these people that this is all they know, and
Like,
they would still go and buy a
facts.
PlayStation. Imagine in a place where it's already ingrained and that's all they know, or that the name Xbox alone, it's not a thing for them. So why would you spend those resources and that energy on something that they've probably either thought about or done before and it hasn't worked? So why keep force feeding something where you're spending money where you can just go ahead and invest that on something else or put your energy into something else? Um, and I think that's a lot of what they've kind of cut out, where even when they bought all the studios and the games were exclusive, they didn't see that big leap where everybody's just buying an Xbox, right? People just kind of adjusted and accommodated. And it's like, okay, well, let's bring, just like Asha said, let's meet the players where they are. And
Well,
that's
in
what
that world,
they started
I
doing,
think
and that's what they're doing.
I think they're just not competing at that point, right? And that's okay if you think that they shouldn't compete, that's fine, but I don't think that's what they think. I think Microsoft wants to compete. So it's an interesting thought that like if it's not going to work, why bother? But then in business, why do anything? Because if something doesn't work, do
I
you just give
think
up or do you
competing
try
is
something
Well,
different?
going to
but that's not.
someone else's
Yeah,
store
exactly. I
and
think you're
taking their
using.
players and having them spend their money on your games more so than not. I
It's
think
like
we're
saying,
looking at the Microsoft mentality here, where instead of grabbing them all or trying to get people that are just stuck in their ways and are not going to go ahead and change, why don't we go ahead and expand and go ahead and have them at least be a part of our ecosystem in one way or another? And I think it took a lot for them to say, okay, this is the route to take, and for them to go ahead and say, okay, you don't want the box, no problem, get the games. I think that is an expansion of the Microsoft mindset, and it is a way of competing to go ahead and get players in that ecosystem used to games from your that you create, right?
Yeah.
It's brainwashing in its own way, and you're leaving with the bag regardless of how you cut it.
look, Microsoft still makes Surface laptops,
Yep.
and that is 0.3%. They have 0.3% of the market
Yeah,
with
yeah.
their Surface laptops. You don't see them going crazy pushing that, right? But they still make them. Microsoft has Xbox. Look, you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make them drink, right?
No.
The thing that gamers want are games, right? That's what they want. That's what this is all about. They want the games. They have many ways to interact with these games. They can play them on Xbox, PC, PlayStation. I'm not talking about Xbox only games. I'm just talking about games in general, right? They're everywhere. You can play games in any device you have. You are not like you're not starving for games. You have games everywhere. right? The fact that they are going ahead and saying, listen, we have our core fan base. We're going to keep doing the things that they love. People like them will come and say, oh, I like that too. And I want to buy a console. Why do we know this? Because although it's not selling as much as PlayStation does, every single time we see the numbers, they didn't sell zero, right? Every month, people are buying Xboxes. They're choosing Xboxes over PlayStation and Switch. They're choosing Xboxes as a secondary to to PlayStation or Switch or to PC, whatever the case. They're selling them. They're not selling them, right? It's still sell even in these other countries that are some of their smaller territories. They still sell, like Japan, right? You don't get a 0 week, right? It's 100 were sold. Everybody's else selling thousands. They sell 100. They sell. There's still people in these places who are going out there and buying Xboxes. They're not trying to sell them, but they're also not saying that that's the end all be all to their business model, because they have where their real money comes from, which is from their software. All the software sales that are out there, they're able to recoup that. They're still selling services on PC and on Xbox, right? So they still have the Game Pass bag
So
that they're able to get from customers in those places.
Well, so like for instance, cloud is not available everywhere. It's only available in maybe a couple of dozen countries. So that's not an option in all those countries either. So you'd say that
No, just
okay,
PC. PC is the way for those
yeah,
people.
and PC is not the majority of gaming in LATAM. It's not. So it's absolutely console, and console is still going to be PlayStation and Nintendo because they're available, and that's it. It's just that simple. And so it's one thing to say they shouldn't be there; they should be there. I don't. To me, not competing means you just don't care, right? That just seems like you're like, yeah, whatever. It's here. Have fun with it. Like, okay, I don't see it that way. I think they should compete, and they should put their service everywhere. They haven't even done that. They haven't even put their service everywhere, let alone have like actual hardware everywhere.
Well,
Now, the Surface, you bring that up. Surface's intent was to say, hey, all our OEMs, because Surface didn't exist like what 10, 15 years ago. They brought that in, is because they saw Apple eat their lunch when it came to design. And they're like, well, why can't our OEMs make something like that? And they're like, fine, we'll do it. Right. And we'll showcase that, hey, this can be done on a Windows machine. And they did it and said, okay, OEMs, please go make stuff like this. And that's what's been happening. So now the OEMs have picked it up. They've gotten better and better hardware, right? But that was the intent of Surface. It was just to showcase that, hey, you can make a device that's cohesive and good, just like an Apple Mac was, right? So let's go ahead and do that. But so that's all their intent for that. They were never intending to override Dell or HP or Lenovo and all those guys. It's like, no, you guys do all that stuff, right? So that's fine. But it's still running Windows, right? All those machines out there are still running Windows, still their ecosystem, just on different hardware, which might, by the way, still be a thing with Helix. That might still be a thing where they have other OEMs. But either way, they should at least get into those markets. That might be the way to do it, by the way. Asus is everywhere. Lenovo might be everywhere. Dell might be everywhere. HP might be everywhere. You say, hey, you want an Xbox? No problem. Buy the HP
I mean, that would make more
right?
sense to me than trying to get them to buy a box that they already rejected. Right? But the one thing I will say though, because I feel like one thing when we talk about this, I don't think it's on purpose, but I think it's disingenuous to say that Xbox is not competing.
Well, I think that just because they're not competing in the same exact way that like, you don't see as competing or you want them to compete, it doesn't mean that they're
like
not
they spent
competing.
$80 billion to compete.
Just
right?
like marketing, just a lot of people like to say that because they're not marketing in the exact way that they feel in their mind they should be doing, that they don't know how to market. And it's like you can't generalize the situation.
Yeah,
and say they're not competing
like,
or they don't know how to market.
Like we can't laugh on one side of the statement and be like, ha ha ha, PlayStation has one game coming out this year. Microsoft's fucking dropping 8 games this year, but these motherfuckers gotta compete, bro. No, man, they're competing. They're competing more than anyone else has ever competed. No,
they're competing from your perspective because you live in the US, right? You live in the
I mean,
US,
who
and
are
so
we?
you don't
definition
see
We're
of
the
not
world the way it
our,
competing.
is, right?
yeah, but our
So
channel is not. I'm not advocating for fucking Mexico.
I am,
You know what I'm saying?
right?
Like,
I'm
yeah, but
advocating for everywhere,
that's not
right? I
competing.
don't care
That's
if you
just
live in
expanding.
Zimbabwe. You should be able to buy one,
Yeah,
I
right? You live in
but
Egypt. You
but
should be able to buy one.
that's not
Why not?
that's not about competition.
It
That's
is.
about expansion. That's
but
about them
we
growing elsewhere,
do know
but they're
that
competing where
Xbox
they
has to
play.
kind of like fight their way through and break their way through plays. Like we were talking about Japan, right? And how they need to break through that market. It's like that Japanese market. And it's like they can't go everywhere at the same exact time and buy all these studios and make all these games, and everything is just like sometimes there's just like how you mentioned before, we can't expect them to buy something and then be like, okay, well, where's the game? We also got to let them we know what they're doing. There's got to be breathing room. Obviously, if it were up to them, they'll be everywhere selling a box to everyone and a game to everyone, and everyone will be in Game Pass. But it's not like we're not seeing the work that they're doing and putting in. So, like, at some point, there has to be a balance.
Like, would you trade it? Would you trade it? Would you have them say, you know what, Hargeet, you're fucking right. We're such assholes. We need to take our marketing dollars, and instead of getting Game Pass deals and Xbox Play Anywhere deals, we need to go and invest marketing to try to put our console in other places. So you're right. We will do like PlayStation and not
So
don't, because you
so
can't
let me
ask
tell
me
you
to
how this works
compete
if you haven't
higher
already
than
seen it,
somebody
okay?
else and be like somebody else.
That's
So
the
if
problem.
you
Right?
buy a product, right? You buy like a
Yes.
phone. So can I buy
Yes.
this in any part of the world?
I
Can
don't
I
know.
buy this in
Well,
any
some
part of the
phones
world?
no. Some phones are different.
Right. So here's the thing. Usually what you do is you
What
have
is the name?
countries.
They can't buy them here.
Which one?
Huante?
Huawei. Yeah,
There's a phone.
that's export
Huawei.
controlled, right? But
Yeah, yeah.
that's a government restriction. This is a Google Pixel, right? Can I buy it in most of the world? Probably. How does that
think so.
happen? Because Google has mastered the potential for doing this? No. You know how they do this? Standard business practice. I create an export company and I say, anybody in the world you want to export from me? No problem. Here's the person you talk to. Go ahead and get your export. What does it cost them? Very small amount of money. It's very small. Export is very easy to do. So most companies, that's what they do. You either have an in country presence that happens if you have a big enough amount of sales, then you have an in presence, a presence in within country. But in most cases, a lot of companies, they just have an export business. And then wholesalers everywhere else buy your stuff and sell it on their own. Marketing happens by them. So that retailer will do the marketing for you. So that's how that works. So it wouldn't be something Microsoft has to do themselves. It would just be available in country. That's it. It would just be available in country as a wholesale export. That's it. So this stuff is totally viable. What you're talking about is not. It's not an if and. It's not like you're gonna have this or that. No, it's just go ahead and allow it. That's it. That's all you have to do.
Then why hasn't the $4 trillion company decided to do that?
That's my question. That's my question.
But
you
there
gotta
has to be a reason.
You gotta
Heidi.
imagine that there's somebody who's up there who read the numbers and realized that it doesn't matter enough or whatever it is.
Like we
to
talk all the time
invest
about how
in
They could have
places.
said, okay, we only do like 400 consoles in this country, so let's just not even bother. That's an option, right? I don't know what their answer is. They would have to figure that out.
But we do kind of know what their answer is because they're basically not doing it, right?
They never expanded. They never expanded. That's been the problem. I mean, the highest they ever at was like 35 countries or something like that. The highest. And it's like, well, why? Why aren't you going beyond that?
In my opinion, there has to be a reason.
I don't think they function that way.
Cut and dry. I think that obviously they understand business, and if it's again something as simple as what you just mentioned, if it's not happening, it's not happening for a reason. So
I don't know. I mean, I think ultimately, I think at the end of the day, the biggest thing that I know what you're saying because a very specific way you're looking at it, but I think you can't say they're not competing. I think you
That's
can't say
too
that.
general.
I think if Microsoft said, you know what, we're gonna close all these studios. We're gonna have just however many PlayStation has. We're gonna release 1 to 2 games a year, and that's the way we're gonna do it. Then I say, man, they're not competing. They say, fuck Game Pass. We're gonna go ahead and do like
But
everybody
see,
else.
Money, you keep looking at it from your perspective, and you don't. If I'm living in one of these countries where I can't get it, I'm not. It's not happening.
But
They're not competing for me.
but these
But Hargy, I
other
think you're
countries
looking
are
at it
not the
from your
big
perspective and
big
not thinking
dogs.
that maybe a freaking $1 trillion company has thought about the idea of putting these things. If it
Have
was
they?
that simple, I
I just
mean,
don't know,
how
like,
can
how
they
many
not,
consoles
Hargy?
have they sold? Like, even when you look at PlayStation in these other places, they're
Yeah.
not selling like crazy
crazy,
amount
yeah.
in these places. They're just all adding up from these individual places that help the number go up. But they're not crushing life in these places. Like, they don't do anywhere near the numbers they do here or in the UK or in the main areas, right? It's such a small amount in relation to it. Like,
But that's why
I
it's
want
always
them
going to
to
be that way. If
compete,
you don't compete there,
but I want them to compete for me. I want them to compete for my dollars. I want them to compete and let me know.
So fuck the
They
rest of the
came out
world.
and they
Okay, I
said, we're
mean,
gonna
fair
make
enough.
the
That's a
best
fair enough
box.
answer, but
Yeah,
I don't
like
know,
they
man.
want the best box out there. They want to compete on the quality of their box. They want to compete on the
Sure.
games that they're making. Buy the games. Look at how you like literally you can't like isolate. That's like saying, okay, if one basketball team and another basketball team compete, but the way you guys want them to compete is one team plays on their own court and the other team plays on their own court, and they just shoot the balls in and see how many they can make in a certain amount of time. Where what Xbox is literally doing is the very definition of competing. They're taking their games, putting them on the box of their competitor and saying, beat me. And somehow Starfield is beating Saros and Forza was beating whoever the fuck else was coming up at that time. Like, Xbox is competing on their fucking turf. What are we talking about here? They're literally
That's the
competing
problem.
in the most
This
purest
is
form of the word.
the mentality that drives me crazy again is the idea that even with everything they've done, they still have to follow in PlayStation steps in order to be something, to be competing or to be at that level. And it's like, at some point it has to stop. Let them, I think that the choices that they're making, not following the steps that PlayStation is taking, has worked out pretty well for themselves. So,
And all along, their numbers have been going up, right? So in these 2 years that people say that they, have been shitting the bed, they actually haven't been shitting the bed
well,
because the
just because
numbers
they're
have
not selling
been
as
going
much
up.
as PlayStation is selling, it doesn't mean that their
Exactly.
numbers are
So
not
by
going up.
definition, it was only this quarter or whatever, this last quarter that was a problem. And that's only because they're comparing it with Call of Duty, who shit the bed this time, versus Call of Duty, who set records last time.
So
If that wasn't
that's
the
fine.
case,
Like,
they would also be up.
I'll give it to
And
you in a
I'm
different
not that
example.
deep in their pockets, by the way. I'm not that deep in their pockets. Keep making games. Keep freaking giving us Game Pass.
Like, they still have to earn my
They still
dollars.
have to earn my dollars. And if keep making a freaking great box and you'll keep getting my money. I am not trying to tell them how to run their shit or tell them what or be that knees deep. It's still a fun situation. And again, you don't become who they are by being ignorant and thinking that, you know what, I'm just not going to do this part that's going to make me money. I think.
Yeah, somebody somewhere had this very conversation a long time ago. And
So I'll give you a
just
different one,
decided it
right?
wasn't. Okay.
Let's say LG stops selling all OLED TVs in America. They don't want to do it anymore.
Yep.
Would you be annoyed by that?
Not really. I would go to Samsung OLED.
Well, and they say nobody can use our panels for anything. So maybe Samsung, they have some panels, they can maybe do it, but there won't be any Dolby Vision on that one. So you're
I
gonna have
mean,
to
it
make
would
that
suck
choice.
that they went out of business apparently because there would be no reason,
No.
other
It will
reason.
sell everywhere else on the planet except the U.S.
Well, I'm entitled as fuck. That's why I live in the
am too,
U.S.
so I don't
So it's
give
like, bitch, you bow down and sell to
Well,
me, or
whatever.
fuck you, I find a
I'll
replacement.
find a replacement. I'll find something
I'm
else.
mad entitled, Hargeet.
Yeah. Fuck, you're talking to
Are
the
you
wrong crowd.
understanding now?
I don't give
Are
a
you
shit. I'll move
understanding
on
now?
to the next.
Yeah, but I'm not
Are
in
you
a small,
understanding?
tiny third world country. I'm in the fucking global, like I'm in the spot, Hargeet. I can't listen. If they want what we got, they gotta come over here, fam. I can't tell you what to do for them. You know what I'm saying? If they're missing out, that sucks for them. I'm sorry. But you know what? Other people leave their country to follow their dreams and come to America. Bitch, if you want an Xbox, get the fuck over here or go somewhere where they are, or buy it on PC or play it on your mobile.
This is kind of unfortunately the
some
world,
other way.
and this is unfortunately the world that we are in, right? And
And I'm
US
telling you, there's
I
entitlement
am
probably
is
a
not
lot of
here to
me's at
stress.
Microsoft.
Yeah, for
who's
sure.
like, fuck
And
that
listen,
noise.
I'm not here to stress about where the fuck their boxes are not. I'm here to enjoy what the fuck I've got.
If there was a clear addressable market that you could point to and say, okay, if they were in this country and they did this, they would sell this amount guaranteed. That's different, right? But that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not the case. It's all hopes and dreams. Real quick, I somehow missed this by P-Lum with that $2. Appreciate you, homie. Says PlayStation is
Yo.
like an ex-famous rapper, a has-been. Yo, bars. It's just not real, man. And I see Christopher, I see you. America is not a dream to anyone now. Ask that to all these motherfuckers who still be trying to come in here and listen.
And the people that won't leave.
And the people who won't leave. Listen, I'm not for any of that shit, but it's like, dude, like this is the place, bro. This is where everything is. And I'm not talking bad about other countries. I'm not talking about like if you live in a small country, I'm not talking bad about you. I'm saying that like if the shit's not there, then you already have another place to go. You buy PlayStation.
You adjust just like
just buy PlayStation and buy Xbox games on your PlayStation.
If this wasn't here, what will you do? I'm not going to
I
sit
get it.
and
You
cry.
don't want them
I
to compete.
promise
That's
you,
fine.
I'm not going to sit and
You don't
cry
want them to
about it.
country.
I'm going to buy something
want them to
else
compete
and
here.
move on because I
Yeah,
can't be
well-
emotionally stable based on the fact of a random fucking company keeping their product available. There's too much shit out there for me to choose from.
Yeah, like that's why
On to the next.
That's why exclusives will do nothing but hurt Xbox.
Oh, we're
Because
back to
if
the
Call of
stupid
Duty was
exclusives.
no, but listen to me what I'm saying. If Call of Duty was
Hardy is
exclusive,
triggered by the idea of
but
that
listen,
conversation.
if Call of Duty was exclusive, what would that do? What would that do to Call of Duty? What would that do to Call of Duty? Would that
Why would
help
you
Call
want
of
that
Duty?
exclusive? That'd be a terrible idea.
Exactly. It would be stupid. You know what will happen? Battlefield will rise up, right?
Yeah,
Battlefield
it
will
would
rise
kill it.
up if
Arc
nobody had Call of
Raiders and
Duty.
those kind of games. They'll take over.
Understand. This is the point of all of the conversation when it comes to this stuff. Xbox is going to these countries, but they're doing it in the way that they know their games can be seen. And we know this because Forza Horizon 5 was #1 in Turkey, in all these fucking countries, bro. In all these countries.
They're doing it in
Forza
a way
Horizon was
that is
#1.
guaranteed, right?
Yes,
that it's a safer way,
Yes.
a financially responsible way to do so. And if someday all these people are hooked and they're like, oh my God, we need an Xbox, then maybe it'll be supplied.
You know how you know that that all the bullshit that's talked about with exclusives and even putting your games wherever, expanding is all bullshit is because at the end of the day, if that was real, then mobile wouldn't be the dominant force in gaming. It is 100% the way that the vast majority of the world games. That is
I wonder
what they do.
why that is.
Because it's the easiest shit they have available to them.
Everywhere?
But they don't care about going to get that PlayStation. They don't care about getting the Switch. They don't care about getting the PC. They play their games on their
buy
phone.
this.
Exactly. Exactly. But Xbox can be bought in every major place. It's only the small places that it can't be bought. That's the reality. It's
Wow.
not big places that is missing out. It's small places. And mobile is dominant because people don't give a fuck. If there's people, you know how many people play
Because
bootlegged
guys,
Call of
because
Duties?
everybody needs a freaking phone. That's just the
Yeah.
reality. People need they need to stay in contact. They need it for their job. The phone is available. So instead of saying, "Hey, you with the phone, maybe you can spare some change and buy your fucking box." They're saying, "No, I'm going to fucking meet you because you may not have the money to freaking buy the goddamn box."
Yep.
So they meet them on the phone. People who will never go ahead and probably buy a gosh damn console are now playing your games. And that's how you meet the players. And you stop
can't.
chasing a fucking dream. Because if you're not relevant somewhere and there are walls and shit that you can't fucking break and you can't get their gosh darn money by selling them a box, then you do the next best thing. This motherfucker has a bunch of boxes out there. Guess what the fuck I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put my games on that box so that I can take their money through a third freaking party. Problem solved. And that's exactly what they do with the freaking phone and PC and everywhere, and the Fire Stick and everywhere else that they can freaking take your money. That's it.
Yeah, on
Meet
the
the
phone, I'm
players
assuming you
where
mean
they
cloud,
are.
yes?
Say it again.
On the phone, I assume you mean cloud, but cloud isn't available everywhere.
But it's available in some places, Hargi.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, but
the
it's
point
not
is, I
available in
think,
a lot of those countries. So it's
I
they,
think
they
You know
can't
what,
even buy it.
Hargi? I'm gonna need you to go ahead and make it available in those countries. Why
You
don't
do
you
the work.
make that
Go-
your freaking
go to
problem and figure
Microsoft.
it out?
Go to Microsoft and be like, I demand
The
it.
fuck?
Look, I think the
That's a
point
tough
is that
thing to do.
I understand that if they put their stuff in more places, that would give them a better option, a better possibility for people to say, "Oh, it's here. I can go buy it." I also think that that number is mostly negligible to them of people who are actually going to do it when it's there. And I just think that at the end of the day, if and when they see the value in doing that, they will. But honestly, this has so little to do with the benefits of what we have here. I mean, frankly, the people who don't have it are not even part of this conversation, right? Like they don't even know, right? They're like, what the fuck's an Xbox?
We're
Who
out here
knows?
advocating?
You know what I'm saying? Like they have no
Crazy.
idea what it is. The point is that the people who do know, I said it a long time ago, and that's not changing because Xbox just keeps proving it out. The people in the know will buy an Xbox. The people who don't will not. The value is, you said it yourself, you know it, of course, you're part of the ecosystem. The value is so lopsided as to what an actual gamer will benefit from having in their lives. It's Xbox. If you had to pick a console, the Xbox is the one that will benefit you the most. PlayStation, Nintendo, that's all the same old, same old. You got to buy the game that comes out once in a blue. You buy every other game that comes out, but the platform of your choice still says, no, you got to buy the game. It's the only way you can do it with us. Xbox says, no. Third-party games, you go buy, unless we get it in Game Pass, but we'll go ahead and give you our games if you have Game Pass. Like, this is just, there's just no comparison, right? There's no comparison. Xbox is competing the way I want them to compete. They're giving me more, an onslaught of games. So many games, I don't know what the fuck to do with them. That's the competition that I want. And I want a beast of a box.
By the way,
I want
let's
the console to be a
clarify this
monster.
shit. All right, they're competing for my money. Understand that. I don't like the idea of whatever the fuck that, like, again, knees deep, way too deep, right? Elbows deep, way too deep. I want them to make my money worth spending. The end. I'm not here to battle for, I'm not here for world peace and whatever the fuck other bullshit, or to cure world hunger and all that other shit. I can't fucking do it. Right?
So this all came
mean,
out
that would
of
be
like,
great.
It would be great to
PlayStation
do,
and
but I'm not going to take that on my back when I know that's not a thing that I'm
Yeah.
going to be able to accomplish.
So this all spawned from PlayStation being able to compete. That was where we started this whole thing, right? So your answer
being
is
exciting.
fuck it, let them
Being
win.
exciting.
We don't care. Let them win.
No.
That's your
not,
answer.
But see, I don't see. I can't even
No, you
wrap my head
conceded
around that idea.
That is your answer.
I don't care
You want
about other
PlayStation sold in these
countries.
countries. Fuck Xbox
Yeah, they
going
can
there.
own.
That's what you've
They
said,
can
right? Fair
own
enough.
every country that Xbox is not in, for sure.
Yes.
100%.
So you
Let them
want them
have
to
it.
win.
It
Fair
means
enough.
nothing to me.
Fair enough. So that
Yeah,
is
I don't care about that.
That's the position you're taking. Fair
I
enough.
care about where they are.
So
giving us
by
games.
default, then PlayStation will always win.
That's what.
So they don't have to do anything.
So,
And that's
but
why
just
they
so you
don't.
know,
By the
That's
way,
your
I would
idea,
never-
That's
Huggy.
why
If
they
that's
don't
your
care.
idea of
Never
PlayStation
consider-
winning, then let them win.
Let them
If
win
that's
that
your
game.
idea
I'm not
of
play- I'm not
PlayStation
Xbox.
winning,
I'm not saying that.
bring
I'm
out the
saying that is where they
motherfucking
are.
confetti and
This
the
is the thing.
mariachi band,
Okay,
and
but
let's
look, this is the
celebrate.
reality. I'm not
Yeah.
Xbox, right? So I don't care where
Correct.
they find success. I make
Yep.
nothing from that. I don't care about the success that they make from selling boxes. The PlayStation fanboy is the one who's looking over at my fence saying, how come I
They're not
don't get a
doing it.
service like you? How come I
Yeah.
don't get to enjoy all my games like you
But
do?
because
That is the winning that I'm talking about. I don't care about companies.
But
Those
see,
are
money,
those are people who
if-
make it so much money that I can't even imagine what that would look like in my bank account, right? Like the trillions and billions, that's crazy town, right? So they can keep doing their battles. I don't care. I don't care if Xbox lays down and dies or rises to the occasion in
Well, I do.
all of those little countries that they are in. Only here, this is where the fighting needs to take place. And for me, the fighting is giving to your fan
So-
base. That's fighting.
But now, if you concede that, which you have, PlayStation needs to do nothing. They can release 0 games. People will still
Yes.
buy.
Yes,
So
Yes.
there's
100%.
no
I
reason for
believe
them
that.
to change. Right? There's no reason for PlayStation
For who to
change.
change? PlayStation?
But
PlayStation.
that's
They
not
have no
my
reason to
problem.
change.
That's the pony's problems. If they
Yeah, that's
feel
the
like they
PlayStation
are
fanboy
going
problem.
to still buy that box, whether PlayStation is making games or not, that is a freaking
their problem.
codependent fucking
The-
problem that these gallopers have. If they need to keep on sucking on that nipple, then keep on sucking
Right?
on that nipple till you're fucking dry in the face. That's not my problem. That's a decision that you made with your money. Fuck that. Don't care.
The
Again,
topic, right?
Go
The
ahead,
topic was, how does PlayStation turn it around to bring more enthusiasm? Well, my answer then is,
To be exciting.
they're not going to, because there's no reason to. There's no reason to. You've conceded it. They will win by default. Therefore, they have to do zilch to get your business. In
Yeah, but
what world
Are
would
you-
they
I'm
do
on
more?
this
Why?
side.
every
Hold on, babe.
time-
Hold on. But
every
I'm on
time-
this side of it. So I'm
It's not
saying
relevant anymore. It's not relevant.
Well,
You have
the point is that
conceded that
they
they will
can't.
win the world. You have conceded they will win the world.
not the world, just where Xbox is not.
Which is the
If
world.
Xbox doesn't
So-
sell there, then
Yep.
that's a choice that Xbox is making.
So your choice of words, babe.
You know what I'm saying?
What you said was, how can they make it exciting? How can they make it so that the
Yeah,
people
and I don't
that
think they
do
can.
not, people
They will
that
not.
do not have a PlayStation, right? Or people who have a PlayStation to want to go and buy their games, right? There is a fundamental problem with their software, which is what you were asking, right?
Exactly.
So, yes, PlayStation, when it comes to the people that have the box and are okay with that one game a year, have no reason for that. But guess what? As they continue to release games and they think that people that have how many boxes they have out there? 80 million? 90,
90,
wherever the
close to
heck
100
they
now. I
are,
think
that
that's
these
100.
people
probably
are going to
100.
show up and support these games. And then there's games like Concord getting shut down or not enough people buying
Factions
these
getting
games.
shut down 24
Factions,
hours before.
all these issues, right, that they're having with their software that they
done nothing.
keep trying.
They own those states.
to-
So they own those countries, Hargeet. How did that change anything for them right now?
Mhm. No one
Nothing.
bought the game.
So if
But-
So-
PlayStation
don't have
owning those
to.
states,
Nothing has to change.
If they didn't have to, Hargi, why do they why not
No.
shut down all the studios?
I think they should.
right?
I think that's what's
And
probably
they
gonna
should.
happen.
Exactly. Why not
That's
shut
true.
down all their studios and stop making games? If they didn't think that the people that are buying their boxes were going to go ahead and buy their games, they wouldn't be making games to begin with, and that's exactly where they're heading, right? So
Yes.
there's no the
yes,
excitement with the game.
that's the problem.
It's a problem.
The question was, can PlayStation ever be exciting? And outside of copying what Xbox is doing, like PlayStation is not going to become exciting because Xbox goes and does something. PlayStation has to become exciting for its own players. And if its own players don't care, and the only thing exciting about owning a PlayStation is that you could play Starfield and Forza Horizon on it, then Xbox just tripled their fucking their base because they're reaching these people who weren't going to do it elsewhere. You know what I'm saying?
But,
like that's
but it answers your question, right? The can PlayStation do anything to fix this? Well, they have no impetus to do so.
but
And
that's
so
supposed
they're
to
not
come
going
from
to.
their players, Hargeet, not from Xbox.
Why?
That's supposed to come from their players. But if their players are just mindless drones who are going to say, I'm just going to buy a PlayStation, and then they go and do that, then there's no amount of
only
anything else
option.
that was going to change
That's
that.
what they're gonna do.
Well, not here. They're being outsold here. They're being
Again, it
outsold
doesn't
in
matter.
every other country.
They're a Japanese company, right? They're not looking at just the US, they're looking at the planet. And Microsoft has to say, okay, we only look at the US. Okay, fair enough. But you are conceding. That's it. It's over. They are going to sell all over the world. They're going to be the platform that everybody buys. Fair enough. But that means they don't have to compete. They don't have to. Like Sony can just sit there and say, we will just keep selling you a console with no games. Doesn't matter because that's all they have. They will buy it.
I think
Done.
I think Sony has been put in a situation where they have to sell a console with no games. And there's a difference. I think they were making games and they thought that they had found their freaking golden goose and they were going to make nothing but gas games. And they've all one by one had to be canceled
Failed.
or they didn't make it. They flatlined it.
Horrible.
So again, that version of winning, it is what it is. It be what it be. As
That's
a
winning. I'd rather
player,
stay
as
losing.
a
You know what I'm
gamer,
saying?
as a consumer, what you want is that the box that you have, the first party games are still being pumped out.
Yeah. Well,
So yeah, I think the answer is they're never going to do it. They're never going to
No.
change because they don't have an impetus to change. So
well, Sony in general doesn't even have a desire for PlayStation at this point, right? I mean, like Sony's kind of showing their colors with PlayStation. They're like, you know what? No, we're not going to
Losing money?
invest. And the one thing we will invest is something that should hopefully save us money in the long run because you're not going to have to bump up your tech. I don't have to spend any more money on tech. You'll make everything on the old engines and use the AI to bump it up for us. That's literally where they are. But yes, well, listen, I think we had a very
that was a fun
spirited.
topic.
That was a fun topic. I'm
That was
glad I
Happy
asked that
Easter,
question.
everybody.
Happy Easter.
Happy
That's the way God was
Easter.
risen to spite.
Yes,
No, I'm
happy
just
Easter.
playing. The Happy Easter. I went too far. Too far. All right, guys. Listen, this was fun. I was going to talk about Crimson Desert a little bit, but I think that ship has sailed.
I think
But definitely go look it up. There's a lot of cool
a little
shit.
late.
There's a cool. I'll tell you one thing. One, if you go to a mission where somebody says or you're going to commission something to be built, you can literally stand there and watch the entire thing be built, like over days and days and days and days. They'll just do it. There's so many cool shit. Like people have done, those time lapse things where they're just showing you, and like everything is actually happening in the game. They don't fake stuff. They actually play out most of it. It's just crazy. It's crazy. All right.
Moonlight is playing, and he says he's like hooked on it. He says everybody should try it, but you'll get addicted to it, which is hilarious. That's the same thing you said, that it's so addictive. So there you go.
Yeah. Agreed. All right.
Guys,
that
thank
was
you
fun.
so much for rocking out with us.
Yes.
Happy Easter. I hope you guys have the most amazing Sunday. Everyone, I hope that everyone's safe. And lots of freaking fun.
Absolutely. Guys, thank y'all all so much for rocking out with us, man. What a fun show. Thank you to everybody who came through. Shout out to everybody who super chatted. That's fucking dope. Everybody who's gifted the subs.
you.
Fucking everybody. You guys are all awesome. But I do thank you guys. And remember, we will be back on Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern with Night Quest. It's gonna be a fun time. I should be having some videos go up throughout, well, not tomorrow, but like Monday, stuff should be going up. We will see. But yeah, man. Well, first of all, thank you guys. But of course, our boy Hargeet fucking coming through on a Saturday, rocking out, having a fun conversation with us, man. Thank you, brother, for being here. Appreciate you. Why don't you let everybody know where to find you, where to get your book, where to get your, Easter bunnies that you're selling on the side.
Easter bunnies. Oh, gosh.
As long as you're selling them globally.
Yeah. Like Cadbury,
Global Easter
right?
bunnies.
Cadbury, global. Anyways,
Yep. That was fun.
yeah. So if you want to check out my merch, it's shop.china.us. My channel is HargyChina1 on YouTube, and then I'll be on with Webday tomorrow. Like, at this point, it's today. But anyway, tonight at 7 p.m. US Eastern Time. Check that out. We'll have Crispy Bomb and Fuzzy Belvedere on. Check that out.
Nice. Awesome. Guys, thank you again. Appreciate you all. Have a happy Easter. With that, we're going to go ahead and end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle.
Yes.
We're done.
We are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.